Chapter 2156. Faith was also a kind of power. All living beings were willing to worship an invisible existence. Although they were weak, when gathered together, they would naturally become power. Just like the path of Buddhism, it absorbed the faith of heaven and earth to form a supreme Buddha body. Now, Su Yu absorbed the power of faith for the first time. Endless power poured into his body. The small world expanded rapidly and exploded to twice its original size, reaching the level of a half-step Tao Lord. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. More and more power of faith continued to pour into his body. The world inside finally couldn't bear the pressure of the power of faith and exploded with a loud bang. The heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body like wildfire. It made one's mental power almost blurry. However, Su Yu clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. He just let the tearing pain spread throughout his body. He knew it was the path transformation of his body. Every inch of skin, every bone, and every drop of blood would be torn apart by the unbearable power of the body. They would be destroyed and rebuilt by the enormous power. The extreme pain spread throughout his body, testing his willpower. Su Yu didn't make a sound. He had gone through all kinds of pain, so he wouldn't be afraid of this. The sinful lady shook her head lightly. The path of faith? It's useless. The realm pressed down. When it was about to crush Su Yu, the power of faith erupted like a volcano and condensed into a 10,000-foot transparent virtual image behind her. It was filled with the will of the people from Zhenlong, Jiuzhou, the Starry Sky God Realm, and the Ancient God Realm. As Su Yu raised his hand and patted, the virtual image lifted its hand and patted the realm above its head. Boom! Violent sparks splashed everywhere. The domain was slapped by the palm, and the domain that was pressing down suddenly stopped. Even the palm of the sinful lady was hindered, and her whole body shook. It's a very solid power of faith. It's much stronger than the power of faith of Buddhas in the Western Pure Land, the sinful lady said calmly. There were strong and weak beliefs. The more devout, the more solid the power of faith was. Su Yu had blessed the world for generations. He had fought for the world many times and was worshipped by the people. Moreover, the statue of faith designed by Xia Jingyu was different. It absorbed the power of faith and strengthened it, which led to such a strong and solid effect. However, a mantis can never stop a chariot. The sinful lady pressed her palm down suddenly. In the end, the faith virtual image was still constantly being compressed and destroyed bit by the domain. As time passed, the entire virtual image was completely crushed into dust. However, at the same time, Su Yu's body finally withstood the transformation of the path, and his body achieved the path. A true Tao Lord had to transform from 3 sides. The first was the transformation of the body into the Tao. The second was the Tao transformation of the soul. The third was the nomological Taoization. Only one of them could be considered a half-step Tao Lord. At this moment, his body was the first to undergo Taoification. When the domain descended, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. He stared at the boundless oppression and stood up abruptly. At the very least, his body wouldn't lack the strength to stand up. If the arms of a mantis are sharp enough, it can still stop the wheels. Su Yu said coldly. He took out a pitch-black stone from his hand. It was the Tao stone that had absorbed the poison of the heavenly law. Holding on to the Tao stone, he fiercely collided with the Tao stone that was pressing down. In an instant, the heavenly poison in the Tao stone came into contact with the sinful girl's domain and immediately spread into it. The sinful lady frowned slightly. Poison of the heavenly Tao. She immediately retracted her palm and cut off a part of the domain that had been dyed black in time. In this way, she was able to get rid of the poison of the heavenly law before it was about to erupt. The light on the surface of the sinful lady's body floated slightly, showing that she was not calm. Cutting off her own domain was not a pleasant feeling. You've made some preparations to fight against me. If you were up against an ordinary pathmaster, you might really have a chance to turn the tables. Unfortunately, you've run into me, the sinful lady said calmly. She no longer displayed the domain. Instead, she gripped the air. An ink-colored ancient sword appeared in her palm. As soon as the sword appeared, the void tsunami, with the sinful lady at the center, rolled in all directions like a meteorite crashing into the sea. Just the aura that was emitted had such an earth-shattering momentum. With a slash of the sword, the Tau stone that contained the poison of the heavenly law was cut into 2 pieces. What was more terrifying was that the poison of the heavenly law contained in it, which was the great path-devouring law, was annihilated immediately. A Tau artifact. Su Yu's eyes suddenly froze. A Tau artifact was the strongest item of a pathmaster. It was a supreme treasure that was comprehended from the great path. Its power depended on the strength of its owner. It was impossible to measure the strength of the sinful lady's Tau artifact. The Tau stone itself was an existence that had been nourished by the great path. It was indestructible. Moreover, the Tau stone contained the poison of the heavenly law. However, everything was no match for the sinful lady's sword. With a single strike of the sword, all of them were destroyed. The remaining sword energy swept toward Su Yu. His face changed abruptly, and he took out the Tao-destroying pestle from within his body. With a loud rumble, the Tao-destroying pestle was crushed into pieces. However, the sword energy did not weaken in the slightest. It continued to slash toward Su Yu. Su Yu gritted his teeth and took out the cage left behind by the Blood Lotus Tao demon's 3rd mouth. He opened it with the key, and a strong Tao master with boundless ferocious energy was revealed. He remembered the words of the white-feathered Tao master. No matter what kind of dangerous situation he was in, he had never used the 3rd sealed Tao master. Now he released it at this critical moment. In the face of the terrifying sword energy, the 3rd Tao master's mind changed drastically. He subconsciously resisted it. The power that erupted from him was much stronger than that of the previous 2 Tao masters. He believed that even the previous 2 Tao masters combined wouldn't be a match for him. However, no matter how powerful the Tao master's domain was, it couldn't block the sword energy at all. It was directly obliterated by the sword energy. Su Yu's pupils shrank as he watched. What kind of Tao artifact was that? Even a wisp of the remnant sword energy was so terrifying. Seeing the remnant sword energy slashing towards him, the thread of fate in Su Yu's chest undulated violently, as if it was about to break. He took out the fragment of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's fruit shell and threw it away. The sword energy slashed on the fruit shell. A shocking scene occurred. The terrifying sword energy was directly absorbed by the fruit shell like a clay ox entering the sea. The sinful lady was slightly startled. There aren't many things that can block the power of my sinful sword. Apart from the stone embryo son of heaven, there are only the 8 great ancient gods. Staring at the fragment, the sinful lady looked at Su Yu and said calmly, "You seem to have mastered something incredible." Then she shook her head. "But that's all." She raised the sinful sword high up, then swung it down slowly and powerfully at Su Yu. At that moment, Su Yu vaguely saw a huge crack appear at the top of the world. He also saw his own flame of life extinguish in an instant. An ice-cold feeling of hopelessness and certain death enveloped the depths of his mind. Chapter 2157. Under the sword, Su Yu felt like he was a firefly in the middle of a raging wildfire. He was powerless to resist and had nowhere to run. The power of the sinful sword was not only in its ability to cut through everything, but also in its ability to intimidate souls. Even a pathmaster's soul would be severely impacted by this sword and lose the most basic ability to resist. Su Yu's soul had only been transformed, and it was far inferior to a pathmaster's. At that moment, the bronze plate in his arms suddenly heated up, and a voice that sounded calm but was actually filled with boundless great Tao came from it. "Break." As soon as the word was spoken, the coldness in Su Yu's heart receded like water. Looking at the sword energy in front of him, he was horrified. How could he not resist? It was the influence of the sinful sword. His face changed drastically, and his heart was filled with deep gratitude towards the Taishu master. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to help him. Suppressing the remaining fear in his heart, Su Yu's eyes were filled with absolute murderous intent. Heavenly Law's death eye. He took out the 9 jade spiritual pearl and 10,000 drops of the Pathmaster's blood, activating it. Seeing the 9 jade spiritual pearl, the sinful girl frowned slightly, feeling that it was vaguely familiar. When she heard Su call it that, the light on the surface of her body shook violently, and she exclaimed, "The Stonebirth Heaven's death eye!" However, Su Yu had already successfully activated it. Back then, the remnant soul of the white fox had merely allowed the main body to open its eyes, and it had turned a Path Master into ashes. Now that the 10,000 drops of Path blood were activated, it should be able to exert a certain amount of power. Crack! All of a sudden, the 9 jade spiritual pearl was like a deep green eye, emitting a mysterious green light. Wherever the green light shone, it was as dark as the netherworld. Ah! The epic-making dragon, who was watching the battle from the side, suddenly writhed violently. Half of his body had been found. That half of his body had been turned into powder. Looking at the sinful girl, the light on the surface of her body was rapidly thinning, and layers of powder were pouring out from her body. Her aura at its peak was instantly weakened by half. Cough, cough! The sinful girl coughed softly from within the light, and she coughed out several streaks of blood. Su Yu gasped. She was still not dead? Unforgivable, the sinful woman said slowly. Her voice, that was usually incomparably calm, revealed traces of anger. She was really angry. An unremarkable little ant had hurt her again and again. At this moment, he actually took out something that could threaten her life and destroyed more than half of her life force. She could not tolerate it. With a low roar, the sinful lady finally swung the sinful sword in her hand. Boundless destruction surged over like a flood. Su Yu took out all of the shell fragments, but he could only absorb less than 1% of the sword energy. The remaining sword chi swept over without any obstruction. Before the sword energy reached him, Su Yu's Taoist body, which had just been condensed, was in constant pain. It was as if it was about to be torn apart again. Even a trace of such sword chi would be fatal. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu's body shook, and a 30-foot small world appeared outside his body. The terrifying sword chi slashed over, but it was as if it had slashed into another world, not causing any damage to the small world. What? The sinful woman could not believe it and asked in surprise, "Is that the true world?" Apart from the absolute beginning realm, how could there be another true realm in the world? The sinful woman's voice became grave, and she sized Su Yu up once again. She then said in a deep voice, "I admit that you aren't an ant, as you even have an immortal realm. However, you are just a slightly larger ant." As her voice fell, she teleported and appeared 30 feet away from Su Yu, and the sinful sword in her hand pierced towards Su Yu's 30-foot small world. The 30-foot small world was successfully penetrated by the sinful sword. It was as if one sword had pierced through the absolute beginning realm and pierced into another sword. The power of the sinful sword was beyond compare. Su Yu's pupils shrank. He had never thought that even the immortal realm could not stop the sinful woman. Alarm bells rang in his head, and Su Yu instantly took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron and placed it in front of him. Ding! With a crisp sound, the divine 9-dragon cauldron successfully blocked the long sword that was piercing towards him. However, the tremendous power of the desolate world transmitted within the sword was still enough to destroy Su Yu in an instant. The sinful woman's eyes were cold, as if she had already seen Su Yu's death. However, right at that moment, a shocking aura came from within the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The strength of the aura was not the least bit weaker than the sinful woman's. The figure of an old man in a gray robe appeared in front of Suyu. He gently placed his palm on Suyu's shoulder, and the power that had invaded his body was guided away. Suyu turned his head to look and was pleasantly surprised. "Master." The person who had appeared was Yun Yazi, who had been recuperating in the divine nine-dragon cauldron with the help of the divine blood. "I'm sorry, I was at the critical moment of my breakthrough and only came out now," Yun Yazi said apologetically. He then stared at the sinful woman, and with a wave of his sleeves, the sinful woman was sent flying backward along with her sword. The sinful woman flew backward for thousands of miles before she managed to stabilize herself. Her eyes were filled with solemnity. The ninth palace master of the Heavenly Law Palace, the Heavenly Book Master. "You have recovered a lot," Yun Yazi said calmly. "Haven't you recovered a lot as well?" The 10th palace master, the sinful woman master? It turned out that they had both been the previous palace masters of the Heavenly Law Palace. Yun Yazi was the 9th generation, and the sinful woman was the 10th. The sinful woman looked at Yun Yazi coldly. "You stole the wordless heavenly book and violated the heavenly law. Surrender immediately and follow me back to the Heavenly Law Palace to be punished. The wordless heavenly book doesn't belong to the Heavenly Law Palace, but to all living beings in the world," Yun Yazi said. "Moreover, you and I both understand what the heavenly law is. You yourself were suppressed by Prince Xiaoyao, one of the heavenly laws. Why must you still work for him? I think capturing me was just an excuse. You really want the wordless heavenly book, right?" The sinful woman's eyes turned even colder. "Since you are unwilling to hand it over, I can only attack you again, Master." Hearing that, Suyu's heart shook. He had heard Yun Yazi mention that the reason he had almost perished was because he had been betrayed by the person he trusted the most. That person was his disciple. He had never thought that the disciple Yun Yazi was referring to was the sinful woman herself. No wonder the sinful woman had once said that she had received pointers from Yun Yazi. It turned out that they were once master and disciple. It was precisely because of this that Yun Yazi did not guard against her, allowing her to destroy his body and force him to escape into the Tao Tai's cage. In the end, he had almost perished. Now that the truth had been revealed, Su Yu's eyes were filled with hatred. This woman, who seemed calm and indifferent, was actually heartless and vicious. However, all of a sudden, Yun Yazi lightly tapped a finger on Su Yu's head and said, "Calm your mind and comprehend. Leave the rest to me." Yun Yazi took a step forward. A mysterious domain surrounded him, and he held a golden book in his hand. When he flipped open a page, a great path with unfathomable power burst forth from it. The sinful woman's eyes were solemn. She raised the sinful sword and fought fiercely. Su Yu felt as if he was immersed in some kind of enormous torrent. His mind had never been so ethereal before. At that moment, he seemed to know all the mysteries of the world and understood all the secrets of the world. Even the demonic sword technique, which was a hair's breadth away from being comprehended, seemed easy to understand. Su Yu instantly understood that Yun Yazi was buying time for Su Yu to comprehend the final sword technique. Yun Yazi might not be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 2158. His heart was moved. In reality, his master was definitely still stuck at that critical juncture, unable to succeed. However, when he sensed that Su Yu was in danger, he had no choice but to interrupt his training and show himself to help Su Yu. Yun Yazi had been silently helping him like this ever since they first met. Su Yu suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and closed his eyes immediately. He made use of the time that Yun Yazi had bought for him to comprehend the final sword technique. On the other side, Yun Yazi was fighting with the rebellious girl. It was unknown what grade of Tao artifact the golden book in Yun Yazi's hand was, but it was filled with a boundless great Tao. Every time he flipped a page, there would be a powerful, great Tao. Although the sinful lady's sinful sword possessed astonishing might, as Yunyazi released more and more great Taos, the sinful lady was at a disadvantage. Puff! Finally, under the pressure of over 100 great Taos, the sinful girl was suppressed to the point that she almost didn't have the strength to raise her hand to swing her sword, and she vomited blood from the pressure of the countless great Taos. The bright, red Tao blood dyed the void red. The light on the surface of his body flickered as if it was about to shatter. The sinful lady wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and looked at the great Taos that were continuously increasing above her head. She said calmly, as expected of the heavenly book Tao Lord, the Tao Lord who has grasped the most great Taos in the world. However, it's a pity that you haven't recovered to the heavenly law realm. But I have. The sinful girl's body shone with light, and her aura soared. His cultivation soon reached an unknown and terrifying level. Destroy! She raised the sinful sword again and slashed down viciously. Instantly, the 100 great Taos were destroyed like ripples. Yunyazi's hand that was flipping through the golden book trembled. His aged body shook violently, and a layer of blurriness appeared on his body. A layer of fluorescent powder was released from his body. That was his soul. He still hadn't found a suitable body, so he was relying on his soul power to fight. The sinful lady looked at her coldly and said, "Master, times have changed. There is no place for you in the absolute beginning realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword forward. Yunyazi immediately flipped open the golden book and activated many great Taos to resist the power of this move. Most of the power of the sword technique was blocked. Only a sliver of remnant sword chi mercilessly penetrated Yunyazi's body, creating a hole the size of a thumb. His soul was severely injured. But Yunyazi's expression did not change, and he protected Suyu behind him tightly. Ignorant struggle. The sinful lady swept her sword over indifferently, causing Yunyazi to retreat repeatedly. With his current soul state, he might be able to escape if he wanted to. But if he escaped, Suyu would die a terrible death. Master is still the same as before, trapped by the so-called feelings of camaraderie. Could it be that after so many years, you still haven't realized how foolish you were back then? The sinful girl stabbed her sword forward. Yunyazi used the golden letter to block the attack. With a calm expression, he said, "If a person is heartless in life, how is he different from a plant?" Unnecessary feelings. Ever since you took me in as your disciple, you've been guiding me to value friendship and righteousness. Unfortunately, I hate the so-called friendship the most. A person exists in this world. As long as he has enough strength, he can have anything. Yunyazi sighed. You still don't understand. Strength can only protect and destroy. It can never obtain some precious things. He pointed to his heart. The sinful lady shook her head and pointed her sword at the golden letter, shattering Yunyazi's soul into pieces. It was on the verge of dispersing. Can someone like you get it? The sinful lady pointed her sword at Yunyazi's chest. With the power of the sinful sword, Yunyazi would die without a doubt. However, she did not do so. Instead, she looked at Suyu and said in a complicated tone, "He is the person you want to protect. Just like back then, when I was a little girl being hunted by countless strong men, you tried your best to protect me, didn't you?" She was not born so powerful. She was a person without parents, no background, and no memories. From the moment she was born, she was hunted by people for no reason. This continued for over 100 years. Every single day was spent trembling with fear and unease, until one day she met Yunyazi. He stroked her head and brought her back to the heavenly law palace. He taught her the martial path and how to be a person. However, she only showed unimaginable talent in the martial path and became the fastest person to break through to the path master level in the great beginning realm. However, she never learned how to be a person seriously. From the beginning to the end, no matter how he taught her, she seemed to be born lacking something. She could never understand what Yun Yazi meant by how to be a person. Other than cultivation, there was nothing else she could do. Until one day, she found that her cultivation had reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further. At that time, her cultivation was close to Yun Yazi's and was only below him. When she found out that the Heavenly Law Palace had a wordless heavenly book, she ignored Yun Yazi and forced herself to read it. In the end, Yun Yazi betrayed the Heavenly Law Palace with the wordless heavenly book, shocking the great beginning realm. The sinful lady, who was second only to Yun Yazi, naturally became the 10th palace master. She took the initiative to hunt Yun Yazi down and snatch the wordless heavenly book, the only thing that could improve her strength. In the end, the two of them chased her to the Sea of Constellations. The sinful lady pretended that she was no longer obsessed with the wordless heavenly book, gained Yun Yazi's trust, and killed him. However, just as she was about to take the wordless heavenly book, the oldest Taotai in the world passed by and swallowed both of them. It turned out that everything was a trap set up by Emperor Xiaoyao. Not only did he make Yun Yazi betray the Heavenly Law Palace, but he also made the sinful lady hunt Yun Yazi down personally. In the end, both of them were sent into the Tao Tai's cage to be suppressed forever. Now, the two of them were merely continuing the unfinished scene from billions of years ago. You still remember? I thought you had forgotten everything. Yun Yazi's voice was weak. The sinful lady said calmly, "How can I forget? After all, you are the only person in the great beginning realm in the world, and in my life who treats me well." So, the sinful lady looked at Yun Yazi. "Give me the wordless heavenly book. In exchange, I will let you live." Yun Yazi was silent for a long time. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "If I really give you the wordless heavenly book, you will regret it." The sinful lady frowned slightly. "Can you tell me why you would rather betray the wordless heavenly book than let me take a look at it?" The grudge between the two of them had lasted for countless years because of a book. This had always been a doubt in the sinful lady's heart. Was Yun Yazi that afraid of her becoming stronger? Yun Yazi stood up slowly and said, "I can't." The sinful lady's eyes turned cold. She pointed at Suyu. "What about him? Did you pass the wordless heavenly book to him?" "Yes," Yun Yazi said. Boom! The sinful lady suddenly slashed at the void beside her with her sword, creating a huge crack. She laughed angrily. "You talk about friendship, but what happened in the end? You would rather die than hand over the wordless heavenly book to me. Instead, you gave it to a small fry that you knew less than 100 years ago. Master, is this your so-called camaraderie?" Yun Yazi said, "No matter what you say, I cannot give you the wordless heavenly book." Chapter 2159. "Fine. Since you won't give it to me, I'll kill him first. Let's see if you'll give it to me." The sinful woman snorted coldly. She bypassed Yun Yazi and slashed at Suyu, who was still in the midst of comprehension. Yun Yazi tossed the golden book into the air, releasing a golden light barrier that enveloped the sinful woman within, blocking her path. Humph! The sinful woman looked up at the golden book. Without thinking, she slashed at the golden book. Creak! A long crack appeared on the golden book, as if it was about to break into two halves. The golden book, a Tao artifact, had been shattered. Yun Yazi's soul suddenly evaporated like steam. The Tao artifact had been damaged, and Yun Yazi had been gravely injured. The sinful woman did not even look at him. She thrust her sword at Suyu's chest. With the power of the sinful sword, any living creature that was stabbed would undoubtedly die. However, at that moment, Yun Yazi's soul suddenly shot over, condensing into a soul shield in front of Suyu. Poof! The sinful sword pierced through Yun Yazi's body without any resistance. A massive amount of sinful fate rushed into his body, continuously eroding and destroying his soul. A thick will of death rippled out. The sinful woman was stunned. The evil energy beside her grew heavier. "You'd rather die for him, wouldn't you?" Yazi's soul was like a dissipating, illusory shadow, dispersing layer by layer. He turned to look at Suyu, who was in the midst of comprehension, and revealed a benevolent smile. I've never done anything for you. Finally, there's a chance. Live well. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire being dissipated. His soul had been completely destroyed. Yazi had completely fallen. The sinful woman looked at the soul fragments that filled the sky, sensing the last bit of Yazi's aura vanishing from the world. She stood there, motionless. She clutched at her chest, muttering in confusion. Why does my chest feel so uncomfortable? Am I hurt? After being stunned for a long time, she lowered her head to look at Suyu. An unprecedented murderous intent welled up in her. Die! The sinful sword was no longer obstructed, and it slashed down. Poof! Fresh blood flowed, covering half the sky. However, it did not strike Suyu's vital parts, but his raised palm. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. While he was comprehending the swordsmanship, he suddenly felt a great sadness, as if he had lost something. When he opened his eyes, he saw the last wisp of Yazi's soul turning into fluorescent light and disappearing from the world. He couldn't believe that Yazi had died just like that. The abyss of Wudong, the lonely and lonely reunion, his benevolence when imparting the heaven sun gazing at air. How many times had he silently helped without saying a word? Every scene was like a clear spring, like a pearl that had been washed and glowed with a clear luster. Suyu could not believe it, and he was even more unwilling to believe that Yazi had died. The teacher who had accompanied him through so many trials and tribulations, the kind old man who had given him such a great opportunity, had died just like that? Master! Suyu bellowed in a low voice, while great grief and indignation welled up in his heart. What had Master done wrong in his life? Why wouldn't she let him off? He had struggled to recover from a wisp of remnant soul. He definitely had many unfulfilled wishes and was unwilling to leave with the wind. Why did this sinful girl's sword insist on burying everything? What right did she have? Just because she was invincible, she could do whatever she wanted? Sin. Woman. You deserve to die. Suyu only felt that his chest was burning with endless raging flames, as if it was about to melt him. She had chased after him, and Suyu only felt anger, not hatred. But why did she want to kill Yazi as well? Creak! An ancient oil lamp appeared silently in front of his chest. The oil lamp emitted a gentle light, not changing in the face of the sinful girl's shocking aura. Suyu's hair and eyes were golden, and the skin on his body had turned into a 9-colored liquid that flowed slowly. He had transformed from a human into an inhuman existence in the blink of an eye. The sinful girl stared at Suyu, whose aura had become completely different. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. What is this thing? Get lost! Suyu grabbed the sinful sword in his hand with one hand, while his other hand clenched into a fist and punched toward her head. The sinful girl's expression was indifferent, and a layer of domain naturally blocked in front of her. The struggle of an ant, pow. However, her domain was instantly shattered by the punch, which landed directly on her face. The boundless, enormous force sent her flying several civilizations away. Only when she crashed into an uninhabited civilization and completely smashed it did she stop her body's momentum. She rubbed her swollen and painful face and looked at the end of the nothingness in surprise, at a world that was dyed with 9 colors. A figure of 9 colors stood on the ground, his golden hair fluttering in the wind. That strange form was something she had never seen before. Startled, the sinful girl suddenly remembered the 9-colored light she had seen before. Her pupils shrank, and she said, "Could it be that you are the one who awakened the sacred mortal body?" The only reply he got was a single word from Suyu: "Die." Creak! 2 beams of golden light in his eyes suddenly penetrated the nothingness, penetrating the sinful girl's body from front to back. Ah! The sinful girl didn't even have time to react before her body was penetrated by the golden beam of light. The wound was charred, a large amount of blood sprayed out, and the sinful girl's eyes were filled with panic. It was rumored that the strength of the sacred body differed from person to person. Some awakened sacred bodies had the strength of an ordinary pathmaster, but some could shake the stone-born son of heaven, shake the supreme, sacred mountain. And don't be arrogant. The sinful sword in the hand of the sinful girl stabbed forward. The power of the sword was several times stronger because of the eruption of her real cultivation. Xiaoxi, the royal dragon, sword appeared in Su Yu's palm, and he drew a plain and unadorned trajectory in midair. This sword was the last sword of the sword demon before his death. It gathered all of his swordsmanship, as well as Yun Yazi's comprehension, and reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, surpassing the limits of the path. Ding! With a soft sound, the sinful sword flew out of the sinful girl's hand and into the sky. The royal dragon's sword pierced through the sinful girl's chest without any obstruction. The unbreakable body of the sinful girl, who was extraordinarily powerful, had her heart pierced by a sword just like that. However, she didn't die. Within her shattered heart, an unparalleled sinful fate gushed out, repairing her heart. She took the opportunity to retreat, keeping a safe distance. She stared at the royal dragon sword in Su Yu's hand with deep fear in her eyes. That sword could be fatal to her. Coupled with the sacred body state, a sense of danger arose spontaneously. Human, I admit that you are very strong, but as long as you hand over the wordless heavenly book, we can be friends. Puff! Suddenly, Su Yu reached out his palm and clenched it in the direction of the sinful girl. All of a sudden, the sinful girl felt as if she was being squeezed by the entire real world. Her whole body was in excruciating pain, and her internal organs were severely injured. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Before she could come to her senses, a 9-colored figure swept in front of her at an incredible speed, and a sword pierced through her throat. The sinful girl's heart thumped wildly. Before her head was cut off, she immediately used a secret technique to escape. She turned around and jumped onto the head of the epic-making dragon, who had just recovered, and said, "Go!" Chapter 2160. The epic-making dragon turned and ran at an amazing speed. Its heart was beating wildly. At this moment, the pressure that Su Yu exuded was no less than that of the wizard ancestor who had sealed it. Every move he made had the power to shake the world. It never dreamed that the little ant of the past had become a holy body and mastered supreme sword techniques in 100 years. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, it was like a stray dog fleeing with its defeated master. "Su Yu, I don't want it anymore. Let's stop here. How about that?" The sinful girl spoke to Su Yu from hundreds of millions of miles away as she fled. "It's too late," Su Yu said hoarsely. His voice was filled with deep hatred that could not be concealed. Yun Yazi was dead. His master, who had accompanied him for so many years, had died, just like that. How could he give up now? Unless he was dead. As he spoke, he stabbed with his sword from hundreds of millions of miles away. Suddenly, the sinful girl's heart was pierced by the sword even though it was so far away. The sinful girl immediately covered her chest with her hand. Her broken heart was successfully repaired by the sinful fate. Her eyes were filled with fear and deep unwillingness. "I don't want to die. I want to continue to practice martial arts and become an existence that no one can bully." The sinful girl roared in her heart and drove the epic-making dragon to escape. However, she had just escaped a short distance when suddenly a 9-colored palm suddenly grabbed her from behind. It was the giant palm of life condensed by Su Yu's holy body. It was similar to the palm of the heavenly law and contained infinite power. As the palm came, the void suddenly rolled back, causing the epic-making dragon to stagger and continue to roll in the turbulent tsunami. The sinful girl fell from its head and decisively gave up on the epic-making dragon. She transformed into 10 sinful girls and fled in 10 directions. The giant 9-colored palm grabbed and pressed the epic-making dragon under its palm. At this moment, it was like an earthworm, making a futile struggle. Suyu grabbed it with his palm and threw it into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Then he looked up at the sky. Above the sky, an incomparably huge eye immediately appeared. It was somewhat similar to the heavenly eye of the past. However, the difference was that this eye was overflowing with 9 colors, gathered the 8 great rules, and contained the power of the holy body. The 9-colored eye overlooked the world, and the figures of the 10 sinful girls who were fleeing quickly came into view. Chi, the 9-colored eye, suddenly shot out 10 beams of 9-colored light, each of which shot toward one of the evil women. Among them, 9 of the evil women were instantly annihilated. Only one of the sinful women spat out a large amount of blood after being hit, and then she continued to run. Obviously, that was the true body of the sinful woman. She tried to escape, but Suyu, who had a holy body, wasn't weak. She couldn't increase the distance between them. The sinful lady was very anxious. When she passed by a star system civilization, she broke through the surface defense of the civilization without saying anything and directly entered inside, using the intergalactic civilization teleportation formation. After a while, she disappeared from the galaxy. Suyu took a deep breath and said coldly, "Those who protect the sinful woman must die." The warning that contained the power of the sacred mortal body resounded throughout all the galaxies. The voice was filled with killing intent, causing one to tremble with fear. All the star systems had sealed the interstar system teleportation formation. Even if the sinful woman forcefully barged into the civilization, the teleportation formation could not be used. The sinful woman was furious and had no choice but to flee into the void again. It was illusory, but there was no place for him to stay. Everywhere she went, the teleportation formations were all blocked. Suyu, on the other hand, was in hot pursuit, bringing with him a series of void tsunamis, rolling up countless meteorites and leaving behind streaks of 9-colored light. He sped through the universe to hunt down the sinful woman. In many civilizations, countless living beings stared at this scene with deep shock in their eyes. The sacred body is hunting down the sinful woman, the sacred body of the human clan, the heavenly law, sinful woman. Oh my God, the sacred body is too terrifying. The power of one person is chasing the sinful woman until she has nowhere to run. Everywhere he went, there was no civilization that wasn't shaken up. A few months later, in the Purple Cloud civilization, the sinful woman found that the intergalactic teleportation formation of the Purple Cloud civilization was not blocked. She was about to land and use the teleportation formation to increase the distance. All of a sudden, a 9-colored palm fell from the sky, wiping out the entire Purple Cloud civilization along with the teleportation formation. In the civilization, the screams of the Purple Cloud Pathmaster could still be heard. The sinful woman missed her target. She turned around and glared at Suyu viciously. "Are you really going to kill me? You'd better leave a way out for yourself." Suyu waved his hand, and the Tiani bow appeared in his palm. This bow, which could not be fully drawn before, was now fully drawn for the first time in the state of the sacred body. A golden stream of light turned into an arrow, which was knocked on the bow. Swoosh! As soon as the arrow was shot, the entire civilization's galaxy began to spin wildly. As the arrow spun rapidly, many of the Pathmasters were shocked. Boom! The sinful woman was shot in the back of the head by an arrow. The Tiani arrow penetrated her skull and returned with her left eyeball. Ah! The sinful woman covered her left eye, which was bleeding profusely, and roared with resentment, "Suyu! I won't let you go." As she fled, she screamed shrilly like a malicious ghost. Suyu's face was cold as he continued to chase after her. 1 month passed. 2 months passed. Half a year passed. When he passed by the Western paradise, it had been reduced to ruins. All the Buddhas had turned into scattered Buddha's light, which remained in the vicinity. The once prosperous Buddhist Holy Land was left with silent ruins. At that moment, a figure fled from the sky of the Western paradise in a panic. It was the insufferably arrogant, sinful woman who destroyed the Western paradise in the past. Behind her, a 9-colored figure chased after her, leaving a 9-colored afterimage between heaven and earth. A few years later, in the demon realm, the sinful woman whistled past, causing a huge vibration in the void, which almost destroyed the demon realm. Fortunately, the sacred body that chased after her suppressed the void. 10 years later, in the Tsanjing Ecliptic Palace civilization, the sinful woman disappeared in a flash, sweeping up a strong void which made the Ecliptic Palace seem to be in imminent danger. Following closely behind was the saintly physique of the human tribe, who launched a desperate chase to kill him. 1 month later, in the Sea of Constellations, the sinful woman had nowhere to run. After more than a decade of fleeing, she had exhausted everything she had, and it was only with her willpower that she managed to persist until today. However, Suyu's desire to kill her did not die. For many years, he did not stop chasing after her, just like how she had chased after Suyu in the past. Until today, he had chased the evil girl until she had nowhere to go. Unknowingly, she had escaped to the Sea of Constellations. She had escaped to the starting point. Suyu landed and looked down at the sinful woman condescendingly. Many years had passed, but the murderous intent in his eyes did not diminish, but increased. Suyu, do you really want to fight to the death? You should know that the longer you maintain the sacred body state, the greater the side effects on your body. It is not too late to stop now. If you continue to hold on, even if you kill me, you will not have a good ending. Suyu's eyes were indifferent as he said, as long as you die, everything will be worth it. Slowly pulling out the royal dragon sword, Suyu pointed at her head and said, Say goodbye, sinful woman. Chapter 2161. As he finished speaking, the ultimate swordsmanship pierced through everything and pierced into her heart. The swordsmanship was extremely mysterious, and it shattered her heart. However, as her heart was destroyed, the evil fate in her body gathered into another heart. Suyu was destroyed again, and the heart was regenerated. In this manner, it was impossible to kill them all. There was no way to kill them all. Ha ha ha. The sinful lady laughed heartily. Do you think you can kill me? With that swordsmanship of yours? It can only hurt me, but it can't kill me. Indeed, it seemed that the sword could only hurt her. Is that so? If that's the case, why did you run away for 10 years? Suyu shook his head and shattered another heart with his sword. Is it because the number of hearts you can regenerate is limited? The sinful lady's laughing face suddenly froze, and her voice became shrill. Suyu, what good will it do you if I die? As long as you stop now, I can give you anything you want. Suyu said indifferently, I want our teacher to come back alive. Can you do that? Apart from that, I can do anything, the sinful lady said. Suyu shook his head. I don't care about anything else. The sinful lady clenched her teeth. Suddenly, the misty light on the surface of her body dispersed without warning, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was a beauty that did not belong to this world, and nothing in this world could compete with it. Then, do you not care about me? The sinful lady asked. Suyu was startled, and he stared at that face without blinking. No matter how beautiful a face was in this world, Suyu would not look at it more than once, nor would he miss it for even a moment. Only one person was an exception, Xia Jingyu. The face in front of him was Xia Jingyu. Are you sure you want to kill me, Brother Suyu? The sinful lady had a faint smile on her face, as if she had seen through Suyu's heart. For so many years, Suyu had worked hard and struggled to become stronger, all for Xia Jingyu. He had never thought that he would have the same face as his sweetheart. Puff! However, the sinful lady's smile froze when Su Yu's sword pierced another heart. The sinful lady groaned in pain and asked blankly, "Why? Why are you so determined to kill me?" Su Yu's gaze became cold again, and he calmly said, "You aren't Xia Jingyu, so why can't you be cruel?" He had seen the same face long ago in the space-time reversal. It was a woman in a red robe. Her name was Qing Yin. The fact that the sinful lady had the same face was both unexpected and reasonable. Yun Yazi had once said that Su Yu would not kill the sinful woman. At that time he didn't understand. Now that he had seen the true face of the sinful woman, everything could be explained. That was because Yun Yazi knew that the sinful girl was exactly the same as Xia Jingyu. Thus, he concluded that he would not kill the sinful girl. However, as time passed, Su Yu was no longer the Su Yu of the past. No matter how similar their appearances were, it did not change the fact that she had killed Yun Yazi with her own hands. "Ah, Su Yu, if you kill me, you won't have a good ending either. The sinful lady palace and the temple of heaven won't let you off." The sinful lady gripped the blade and struggled desperately. It was as if he could no longer withstand another sword strike. She only had one heart left. Su Yu replied indifferently, "I'm not even afraid of the holy mountain, let alone the sinful lady palace and the heavenly law palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward. The last heart of the sinful woman was completely destroyed. With an endless cry of indignation, the vitality of the sinful woman's body dissipated like smoke. What was slightly strange was that his body did not sink, but gradually dissipated. In the end, all that was left was a shining stone. The soul of the sinful woman was attached to the stone, staring at Su Yu with hatred. "I curse you to die a horrible death." As she spoke, the sinful woman grabbed the stone, turned around, and fled. Su Yu did not say a word as he chased after her with his sword. However, right at that moment, an enormous palm suddenly descended from the sky, grabbing the sinful woman and the stone. The palm was filled with the intense aura of the heavenly law. The sinful woman screamed miserably as she was pressed under the palm, unable to move. Soon after, the palm turned into a feminine man dressed in a silver robe. He had an arrogant look on his face, and he was holding the soul of the sinful woman and the stone in his palm. TSK, what a touching scene. Senior sister and junior brother killing each other, both sides suffering. The feminine man said in an ambiguous tone. Su Yu stared at him coldly. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, was beating wildly, and an incomparable sense of danger arose in his heart. That feeling was comparable to the feeling when the sinful woman was chasing after him. There was a suffocating gap between him and the feminine man. "Xiao Heaven!" The sinful woman said sternly, "It's you again. You have been waiting in the dark until now, haven't you?" Xiao Heaven? This was the first time someone had been addressed as the emperor in the great beginning realm. There was only one place where the people were qualified to be addressed as the emperor. That was the holy mountain, the stone emperor. Xiao Heaven smiled mockingly. "You can say that. After all, it would be somewhat troublesome to deal with you personally. It would be best if I could do it for someone else." The sinful woman's eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. "Wasn't it enough that you framed me and imprisoned me in the Tao Tai cage? Now, you are still plotting against me. What kind of hatred do I have against you?" Xiao Heaven said in an ambiguous tone, "Hatred, of course not. However, you are the reincarnation of the third emperor of our holy mountain, the Mirror Flower Emperor." The sinful woman's pupils shrank. "The Mirror Flower Emperor? The stone emperor who was beaten off the holy mountain by the human ancestor and smashed into pieces? I am his reincarnation. What else do you think?" Xiao Heaven grabbed the shining stone in his palm. "Thanks to your many years of cultivation, this part of the Mirror Flower Emperor's body has recovered to its original state. You just need to use your soul to baptize this stone." "No, You are lying. This is mine. It's mine. She had been pursuing martial arts all her life. For this, she was heartless. Even her master turned against her because of a wordless heavenly book and did something like betraying her master and killing her ancestors. How could she accept that she had been working for someone else all her life? Ha ha ha, nonsense. Your master, Yunyazi, didn't want you to know the truth. So he stopped you from reading the wordless heavenly book, Xiaoyao Heaven laughed. The sinful woman shook her head. What does it have to do with the wordless heavenly book? That should be a profound Taoist art. Xiaoyao Heaven revealed a mocking expression. Tao technique? Hee. Won't you know when I show it to you? He waved his hand, and a wordless heavenly book appeared in front of the sinful woman. Take a look. This is the wordless heavenly book you have been waiting for. The sinful woman couldn't believe that the wordless heavenly book that she had been pursuing all her life was right in front of her. She flipped it open. She knew all the words in the heavenly book, but she couldn't believe the content of the words. The content of the wordless heavenly book was about the secrets of heaven and earth. The people of chaos occupied the holy mountain and ruled the absolute beginning realm. They destroyed and restarted eras again and again. It even described the names and origins of the 8-stone emperor. Among them, the mirror flower emperor was shattered by the human ancestor into pieces. The 4 pieces of her body fell into the void, and each transformed into a living being. The sinful woman was one of them. Chapter 2162. When sinful girl cultivated to the end, Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's body would absorb her cultivation and soul, awakening her. It could be said that a living being formed from a body was nothing more than a vessel. It nourished the body within the container and constantly recovered. When it recovered to a certain stage, it would devour the container along with it. Vessels for the rest of their lives would only serve to benefit others. The sinful girl stared blankly, not daring to believe her own eyes. The wordless heavenly book that she had been pursuing all her life was only telling a secret, telling the story of her life. It was no wonder that she didn't have any memories of the first half of her life before she met Yunyazi. It was no wonder that her cultivation speed was so strange that it far surpassed all the other heaven's favorites of this generation. She was just a vessel for Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. Emperor Xiaoyao stared at the sinful lady's expression and revealed a pitiful smile. What a joke! You have been treating the wordless heavenly book as the best Taoist magic in the world all your life. But you don't know that it is actually the mystery of your birth. What's even more laughable is that your master, Yunyazi, took this book away because he didn't want you to know that you were a vessel. He knew that once you knew the truth, your mind would definitely suffer an unimaginable destructive blow. He has always been protecting you, loving you, but you've tried to kill him twice, and the last time, you really killed him. Sad, pitiful, hateful. It's no wonder that Su Yu is chasing after you relentlessly. Even I, a bystander, can't help but want to kill you to vent my hatred. When she understood the truth behind Yunyazi's theft of the wordless heavenly book, the sinful girl's eyes widened and her heart trembled unceasingly. As it turned out, Yunyazi had been protecting him from the very beginning. Even though she had betrayed him once, destroyed his Tao body, and turned him into ashes. Even 10 years ago, when she held a sword to his chest and forced him to hand over the wordless heavenly book, he still refused, because he had always wanted to protect her. Until the end of his life, until he died in her hands, he still had no regrets. She clutched her chest tightly, just like when Yunyazi died. She felt an immense pain in her chest. Droplets of soul tears rolled down from his eyes and turned into soul crystals that drifted down. The evil girl wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. Her moist eyes were filled with confusion. Am I hurt? Why are you crying? She was heartless and unrighteous, so she shouldn't have cried. But right now, she was crying for no reason. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said calmly, unfortunately, the stone that created you lacks emotions. Therefore, You have never understood the meaning of love and righteousness. You only know how to cultivate. Right now, you should be sobbing as a vessel. The stone itself would not cry. Only the vessel would cry. All right, you've seen enough of the love drama. It's time for you to return to your destiny. Emperor Yao held the stone in his hand, and golden lines immediately appeared on it. The rock seemed to be breathing, constantly expanding and contracting. It seemed to have come to life. The sinful woman's powerful soul was continuously disintegrating, turning into soul fluorescence that was absorbed by the stone. The sinful girl came back to her senses, but did not resist. Instead, she took a deep look at the wordless heavenly book. Then she looked at Suyu and said, "Junior brother, I have sinned greatly. I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I beg you to bring this back to the sinful lady palace." A crystal-like object slowly flew out from between her eyebrows. It was completely golden in color. That was sinful girl's soul crystal, the essence of her soul. Emperor Yao shook his head with a smile. "You really don't take me seriously. You want to give the soul crystal to someone else, right in front of me?" He clenched his fist and was about to push the soul crystal back. However, the soul crystal suddenly became boiling hot. Emperor Yao loosened his grip in pain. "Your soul has been cultivated to the top tier? When did that happen?" Emperor Yao was shocked. Impossible. Every move of the sinful girl was under surveillance. Whatever cultivation she had attained and what progress her soul had made, it was all within his expectations. When did her soul surpass the path master level? The sinful girl said coldly, "You don't need to know." Emperor Yao was extremely frustrated. He yelled, "I get it now. It's Tao Tai. It's that old thing, Tao Tai. You had a great battle with him, and he lost a part of his soul to you, right?" The sinful girl turned a deaf ear to him. She looked at Suyu, who didn't move at all. She said, "My master once healed the injury of my soul. Therefore, there is a wisp of my master's soul in my soul. If you can find a way to strengthen this wisp of soul, maybe you can resurrect my master. However, my soul crystal core is indestructible. There is almost nothing in the world that can destroy it. Only in the sinful lady palace, where I have nurtured the sinful lotus for an era, can this soul crystal core be broken down and master's wisp of soul be separated." Upon hearing that, Suyu's eyes brightened. He grabbed the soul crystal from afar. Yun Yazi's remnant soul is still in it? With his current soul attainments, he immediately understood that Yun Yazi still had hope of resurrection. He stared at the sinful girl deeply. The hatred in his heart hadn't dissipated yet. However, there was now a hint of sympathy. In the end, she was a vessel that made a wedding dress for someone else. She didn't get anything. Moreover, before her death, she finally understood Yun Yazi's difficulties and repented. Perhaps this kind of ending was the best for her, right? "I will," Suyu said. The sinful girl smiled for the first time. Then her body started to blur. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's gaze, followed the soul crystal and landed on Suyu. He laughed mockingly. "I almost forgot about you, the little holy body. The main purpose of this time was actually for you. Retrieving the stone ahead of time was actually a matter of fate. Seeing that you have the soul crystal, I will send you on your way," Xiaoyao, son of heaven, said indifferently. He raised his finger and pointed at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu felt like he was being crushed by the world when he was immortal. The indescribable, suffocating feeling made Suyu feel like he had returned to the ancient dream Forbidden Lands. He felt grief, indignation, and helplessness when the heavenly law took away Qin Xian'er's memories. After 20 years, was he still feeling that powerless? No. Why did he light up the oil lamp and awaken the holy body? Wasn't it to declare war on the holy mountain and the stone-birth son of heaven? Get lost! Suyu roared. The 9-colored light that flowed on the surface of his body formed a radiating shape, like rolling waves. The suffocating feeling of oppression dissipated instantly. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's fingertips were charred. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's eyes narrowed. In this world, the only thing that could kill the stone-birth son of heaven was the holy body of a mortal. The 9-colored light of the holy body had infinite lethality for the stone-birth son of heaven. Things are different now. Su Yu raised his eyes, which were filled with cold, dazzling light. In your eyes, I may still be an ant, but I am an ant that cannot be humiliated. The 9-colored light on the surface of his body was burning like flames. His long golden hair was like a long river, extending infinitely and curling toward Xiaoyao, son of heaven. Damn it! Xiaoyao, son of heaven, seemed to be extremely afraid of the 9-colored light and dodged it. The long golden hair pursued him closely. It turned into a giant golden palm and a giant dragon, flashing as it chased after Xiaoyao, son of heaven. Finally, Xiaoyao, son of heaven, was hit in the chest by accident, and his chest was charred. Xiaoyao, son of heaven, grimaced in pain. His eyes were filled with deep rage. "Ant, how dare you hurt me?" Clang! Chapter 2163. There were traces of blood on the stone sword that had not yet dried. The bloodstains had existed for countless years, but they had never dried up or been erased. They had always remained on the sword. This sword was forged by me using the saint origin of the stone embryo son of heaven. It specializes in slaying mortal body saints. Until now, 8 saint body saints have died under the sword. You are the 9th. He slashed with his sword, and the stone sword that seemed to have no sharpness actually cut off the golden hair. The golden flowing light on the surface of Su Yu's body flickered for a while before it stabilized again. The oil lamp on his chest dimmed a little. The sword of the saint body of revolution? Su Yu laughed coldly, and a small cauldron appeared above his head, rotating slowly. Dragon roars rose and fell one after another. That scoundrel ancient god, 9-Dragon, really did leave some cards up his sleeve. Before going to the Tao Abyss, he found a successor. Humph. But so what? Emperor Xiaoyao didn't take it seriously. Even I have to be wary of the ancient god Jilong, controlling the divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. But you, hee. However, the next second, Emperor Xiaoyao was stunned. Su Yu weaved his hands together and muttered an obscure incantation. The heavens grieve, the earth grieves, the common people weep. The Yin extinguishes the Yang pagoda. The divine 9-Dragon Cauldron suddenly released thousands of rays of multicolored light. The crystallized little dragons roared excitedly, as if they could see the light of day again after being bound for a long time. Xiaoyao, son of heaven's expression, froze little by little. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the technique to control the life cauldron. Impossible. Who gave it to you? Is it the body of the human ancestor? Fear began to appear on his face as he retreated bit by bit. Back then, the human ancestor wielded the mortal life cauldron and fought the sacred mountain alone. He annihilated the illusory son of heaven and shattered the mirror flower son of heaven, causing the 10 sons of heaven to be unable to return to their positions. The indestructible Yin and Yang made Prince Xiaoyao tremble in fear. Su Yu continued to weave hand signs while chanting, "As long as the heavenly law doesn't perish, all living beings will perish. As long as the sun of heaven doesn't fall, all the deities mourn. Time and space are left with regrets for 10,000 years. One cauldron of heaven and earth shakes the world." Bang! The divine 9-Dragon Cauldron turned upside down and fell from the sky, holding Prince Xiaoyao upside down. Even though Emperor Xiaoyao kept on dodging, he still could not escape the suppression of the divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. With a muffled rumble, Emperor Xiaoyao was pinned under the divine 9-Dragon Cauldron. Bang, bang, bang! From the divine 9-Dragon Cauldron came continuous muffled sounds, as well as the roars and shouts of Emperor Xiaoyao. However, as Su Yu continued to weave hand signs, the sound of struggling became weaker and weaker, until there was no sound at all. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen recalled the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Emperor Xiaoyao was no longer in his original position. Instead, there was a little person roaring at the sky inside the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It was Emperor Xiaoyao. Above the divine nine-dragon cauldron, there was a net weaved by 7 types of supreme nomological laws that sealed him within, preventing him from rushing out. Moreover, as time passed, Emperor Xiaoyao was continuously melting into a puddle of blood. Su Yu, if you dare to destroy me, I will never let you off. The clone of Prince Xiaoyao roared continuously. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. You speak as if he will let me go if I don't kill you. His eyes turned cold. I originally didn't want to become enemies with the sacred mountain and the stone-birth son of heaven. But you guys have gone too far. You maliciously took away the memories of my beloved, causing me to suffer pain and suffering and destroying my spirit. Now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everything was forced by you. When he finished speaking, he closed the divine nine-dragon cauldron and allowed the cauldron to destroy the clone completely. So, you have already learned the method of controlling the mortal life cauldron from the human ancestor. Emperor Xiaoyao was suppressed, but the stone of Emperor Mirrorflower and the sinful woman, who was so weak that only her soul was left, were left outside. Su Yu looked at her and said indifferently, Is there anything else you want to say? The sinful woman said, Junior brother, your divine body is about to end. What awaits you is a long period of weakness. Find a place to recover your body as soon as possible. Don't worry, I will, Su Yu said indifferently. The sinful woman smiled bitterly. I have nothing else to say. I only have one request. If my teacher is resurrected one day, please apologize to her for me. When she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Su Yu, turned into a fluorescent light, and disappeared from the world completely. Su Yu was silent. He picked up the stone and the sinful woman's sinful sword that had fallen to the ground. He stood on the spot and was silent for a long time. Then he said indifferently, You have been watching from the sidelines for a long time. Are you still not going to leave? His eyes were like lightning, shooting toward a certain void. The 9-colored flowing light on the surface of his body turned into an arrow and shot toward that place abruptly. The void fluctuated and a region folded. From one of the folded nothingness, a woman dressed in red with a flute on her waist walked out. Seeing this person, Su Yu's eyes softened a little. He said, So it is you. I haven't repaid you for saving my life in the past. The woman in red was not just anyone. She was Xia Jingyu, who had saved him when he was plotted against by the goddess clan in the reverse flow of time and space. Like the sinful woman, she had the same appearance, the same aura, and the same vessel. If he was not mistaken, Qingyan was also one of Emperor Mirrorflower's vessels. Qingyan stared at Su Yu, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Where have we met before? She asked. Su Yu thought for a moment and said, Maybe I remembered wrongly. Do you have any guidance when you are hiding here? Qingyan looked at the divine 9-dragon cauldron in Su Yu's hand and sighed faintly. Originally, I was ordered by Prince Xiaoyao to secretly attack you and steal the divine 9-dragon cauldron. But who knew? Prince Xiaoyao's second clone was no match for you, and neither was I. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. So, you still want to attack me? Shaking her head, Qingyan said, After seeing what happened to the sinful woman, may I ask why I continue to be loyal to him? Will I be swallowed by the stone in my body one day? She turned around and walked away slowly. Leisurely, she said, You should leave as soon as possible. Prince Xiaoyao will not let you go easily. His first clone should be here to kill you. The second clone you met was probably not even 100th as powerful as the first clone. The first clone? Su Yu's eyes were calm. Thank you for telling me. Qingyan suddenly stopped walking and looked at him deeply. She said, Go to the goddess clan as soon as possible. I think it is not safe for a woman who has the same appearance as me. Is she talking about Xia Jingyu? Why do you think so? Suyu asked. Qingyin said, 10 years ago, did you receive the path of survival that Xia Jingyu pointed out to you? Yes, Suyu answered with certainty. Qingyin said, that path of survival was actually a dead end. Someone secretly distorted that woman's detection and led you to my location. But at that time I was with Prince Xiaoyao. If you had really reached our location, you would have been long dead. What? Suyu's eyes were ice cold. Xia Jingyu would not harm him. The one who harmed him was the person who had secretly changed Xia Jingyu's detection. Speaking of which, the goddess clan had always been targeting him, creating disasters everywhere. Within this clan, there must be someone who would not give up on killing him. Chapter 2164. However, her life should not be in danger for the time being. Otherwise, Xia Jingyu would not have survived until now. Suyu cupped his fists and said, thank you. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that Suyu did not want to implicate Xia Jingyu, so he chose the opposite direction. Otherwise, he would have died if he had encountered the second clone of the Xiaoyao Son of Heaven. Moreover, he finally understood why Xia Jingyu said she would wait for him there. The herself that Xia Jingyu mentioned was actually referring to Qingyin, who had the same face as Xia Jingyu. Qingyin shook her head calmly. No need. You should be careful. After all, you are her friend. After saying that, she took a step forward and disappeared like a phantom. After a moment of silence, Suyu took out the sinful lady's soul crystal. Master, I'm sorry for my incompetence. In the end, you had to sacrifice yourself to save me. Suyu was filled with guilt. Yun Yazi had been at a critical moment, but he had appeared and sacrificed himself for Suyu. The sinful Lady Palace? Suyu's eyes were filled with determination. This time let me save you. However, he did not know where the sinful Lady Palace was. Many civilizations had heard of it, but few had heard of it. He thought of the seven-star continent civilization. Perhaps he could find some clues about the sinful Lady Palace there. He stepped into the void. A few days later, he passed by a familiar civilization. After thinking for a while, he stopped and descended into this civilization. The Dayu Empire, it's been a long time. Suyu stood in the depths of the palace, looking at the familiar ruins of the Dayu Empire. Everything seemed like it had happened yesterday, but in fact, dozens of years had passed. He stepped into the ruins expressionlessly. The defensive seal did not even ripple, so he did not alert anyone. With a thought, Suyu appeared in the deepest part of the ruins, where the evil dragon was sealed. The 7 ancient swords were still stuck on its back, suppressing it firmly on the ground. In the past, they were extremely powerful beings to Suyu. Now they were like ants that he could kill with a flick of his finger. With a wave of his hand, the 7 ancient swords all fell off. The slumbering evil dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and an expression of ecstasy appeared on its face. I'm free. Who did this? The moon worshippers? Ha! Dayu Empire, I will destroy your civilization. His words came to an abrupt halt as he caught a glimpse of a figure enveloped in 9-colored light in the corner. Evil Dragon looked up and was stunned. Who are you? Suyu replied calmly. Back then, when I left, I said that one day you would follow me. Now, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Follow you? The evil dragon countered with an arrogant tone. Since when did the people of the Dragon Clan need to follow an outsider? However, just as he finished speaking, Suyu released a whiff of the Pathmaster's aura, and the evil dragon's whole body trembled as it lay on the ground, unable to move. The suppression it suffered was countless times stronger than that of the 7 ancient swords. I am giving you a chance, Suyu said. Are you willing to follow me, or are you willing to be sealed here forever? The evil dragon's eyes were filled with fear, and it immediately said, Follow my lord! I want to follow my lord! Its heart was filled with confusion and shock. It couldn't remember when a Tao lord had come and asked it to follow him. Come with me. He released the space of a Buddha bead and placed it in the same space as the epic-making dragon. After putting away the evil dragon, Suyu took a step forward and appeared outside of several civilizations. When he reappeared, he passed by the demon realm. Years ago, it was here that he and Qin Xianer, who had accumulated the fate of the first half of their lives, were severed. After stopping for a while, he was about to leave when his golden eyes suddenly swept across something unexpected. "So, you are still alive," Suyu said calmly and silently descended in a corner of the demon realm. Tianyin continent. A ferocious figure surrounded by a bloody mist was approaching the Tianyin continent. In the mansion, the half-step path master of the Tianyin continent and his two children, Lai Bo and Lai Hongjin, gritted their teeth and retreated into the mansion's seal with the strong men in the mansion. They stared at the ferocious figure in the bloody mist with fear in their eyes. The figure was holding a stone axe, and his whole body was emitting a ferocious aura. His mouth was full of blood. Hongjin, Lai Bo, use the mansion's transportation portal and escape quickly. "I will hold them off," the Tianyin continent master said. Lai Hongjin smiled bitterly. "Where can we escape to?" "The entire southwest region of the demon realm has been devoured by this thing of unknown origin, and the transportation portals have been destroyed. Where can we be transported to?" The Tianyin continent master looked up at the sky and sighed. "The demon realm is doomed. Ever since the flood dragon divine warrior left and the stone demon half-ancestor disappeared, the new demon emperor was still in Mo Xiaochai's belly and had yet to be born. Yet at this moment, a being who called himself the human demon appeared. His cultivation was not top-notch, but his rules were extremely strange. Unlike the chains that ordinary people saw, he could take any form. The most troublesome thing was that his rules were devour. Anything could be eaten directly and turned into his own power. In the past 20 years, he had wreaked havoc in villages and towns, devoured cities, and destroyed entire continents. Until now, he had destroyed countless regions. Now his power had swelled to the level of a pathmaster and was extremely terrifying. In the demon realm, there was no one who could stop him. All the creatures in the demon realm had become his meal, and he could devour them at any time. Recently, it was the Tianyin continent's turn. To be chosen by me is your blessing. You will witness the name of the human demon resound in the new era," the human demon said calmly. The human demon said indifferently. His voice contained an extreme amount of power, instantly shattering all the restrictions of the heavenly silver region. The Tianyin continent master, Lai Bo Lai Hongjin, and the others shuddered violently, vomiting blood. Their faces were filled with despair. The human demon was too strong, and he was not in existence they could contend with. "Come on, become a part of me." The hair behind the human demon spun into a vortex, producing a great devouring power that enveloped the entire Tianyin continent prefecture. Palaces rose from the ground, and the strong men were thrown into the air involuntarily. All of them swept into the vortex. "Freeze!" At this moment, a nonchalant voice suddenly floated over. The human demon's domain of devouring continued, but everything in the world was frozen in time and space. "Who is it?" The human demon's expression suddenly stiffened, and he asked in disbelief. Freezing time and space with a single word? What kind of powerful being was this? Swish! Suddenly, a 9-colored light flashed in front of the human demon, and Suyu appeared before him. When the human demon saw him, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said respectfully, "Su." Su Yu's divine body. The divine body Su Yu had hunted down the sinful lady in hundreds of millions of galaxies, shocking the entire universe. Who had not heard of him? The 9-colored flowing light, the golden eyes, and the golden hair left an indelible impression on those who saw him. In the galaxies, there was no one who didn't know that a 9-colored heavenly lord had trampled on the Xing River and hunted down the sinful lady. There was no other way. It would be made up for tomorrow. Chapter 2165. How could the human demon not know about such a person? Especially when he heard that the full name of the 9-colored heavenly lord was Su Yu. This name was the same as the faction master Su Yu he had met in the civilization of the ultimate Yin-Yang faction. Now, this nine-colored heavenly lord had appeared in front of him. Just hearing the rumors was already frightening enough. Facing him at such a close distance, the human demon felt a suffocating pressure, as if the other party could destroy him, a pathmaster with just a breath. "I trust you have been well," Su Yu said lightly. Hearing this, the human demon sucked in a breath of cold air and stammered. You are." Su Yu did not say a word, but made a grabbing motion with one hand. A beam of nine-colored flowing light turned into a giant palm, grabbing at the human demon. The human demon's expression changed drastically as he released his devouring domain. However, the domain was like fragile glass under the giant palm, instantly shattering. The human demon, who had wreaked havoc in the demon realm and terrorized all living beings, was pressed to the ground by the palm. His face was full of terror as he said, "Holy Body Su, I am willing to apologize for any offense I have caused. Considering that I have finally recovered part of my cultivation, please forgive me this once." Su Yu's eyes were indifferent. "Forgive you, and then you will continue to kill the innocent?" As he spoke, he pressed down with his palm, and the human demon's soul was forced out of his body. Su Yu opened his brows, and a reincarnation vortex appeared, forcefully sucking the human demon's soul away. However, he did not digest it immediately. This human demon seemed to have experienced the destruction of the previous era, so he should know many ancient things. Searching through his memory would allow him to learn many things. Looking at the human demon's body and the mysterious stone axe in his hand, Su Yu put them away. After all, it was the complete body of the Pathmaster, and he could extract 10,000 drops of the Pathmaster's blood to activate the heavenly law's death eye again. Moreover, the human demon's body was very special. Even if he died, he could be reborn through the bloodline of his descendants. In the past, the human demon had used this method to escape death. After doing this, Su Yu looked at the Tianyin prefecture indifferently and turned his head without saying a word. Holy Body Su, I am sorry." Lai Hongjin came back to her senses and looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. She still owed Su Yu an apology. Su Yu did not look back and turned into a nine-colored flowing light that flickered and disappeared. Lai Hongjin lowered his head, his heart filled with bitterness. The man she had looked down upon in the past was now a divine body that she could not reach. Even if she wanted to apologize, he might not be willing to listen. After all, who would care about an ant apologizing to them? Su Yu appeared in the Seven Nights' divine capital. His gaze penetrated through all obstacles, and he saw Huangfu Laiyang and Mo Shaochai. The latter was about to give birth, while the former lay on her belly with concern, listening to the movements of the unborn child in the womb. His face was filled with happiness. As Su Yu looked at her, he felt extremely envious and longing. Wasn't that the life he looked forward to the most once upon a time? He built a cottage with the woman he loved, raised some kittens and puppies, had a few children, and lived an ordinary and quiet life. But fate made fools of people. By the time he understood his feelings, that person had already forgotten him. Between them, everything returned to the beginning. Just as he was deep in thought, Su Yu suddenly detected an unusually cold aura lingering near the imperial palace. His cold eyes swept over Mo Shaochai. He saw a transparent soul of a woman in a palace dress hovering around Mo Shaochai. She was lurking, looking for an opportunity when Mo Shaochai was alone. Illusion nine-tailed white fox. Su Yu's eyes were filled with fierce, murderous intent. The stone-birth son of heaven. As if sensing the murderous intent, the sneaky, beautiful woman in the palace dress suddenly raised her head and met Su Yu's eyes. She screamed in fright and turned to flee. Humph! Su Yu's nostrils flared lightly. The beautiful woman in the palace dress felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was so weak that only a thin layer of smoke was left. He hooked his finger, and the beautiful woman in the palace dress fell uncontrollably into Su Yu's palm. Once upon a time, the beautiful woman in the palace dress could be high and mighty, granting Su Yu a merciful death. Now she had fallen into his palm. He could not help but sigh at how quickly things changed. "Let me guess, what are you looking for?" Su Yu's eyes fixed on Emo Shao Chai again. He suddenly looked into her space storage device. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he saw an extraordinary object. It was a foxtail. It was unknown how long it had been broken, but it had not yet rotted. Its fur was still bright and shiny. "So, it's your broken ninth tail." Su Yu smiled coldly. He remembered clearly that when the human ancestor fought the Holy Mountain, he had broken one of the illusion nine-tailed white fox's tails. She had been looking for this thing for many years, but he did not know why it had appeared in Emo Shao Chai's hands. The beautiful woman in the palace dress stared at Su Yu with hatred. "If I had known this would happen, I would not have let you live." Su Yu shook his head. "Without me, you would still be in the stomach of a puppet, never to see the light of day." Su Yu had already experienced the fickleness of the beautiful woman in the palace dress. He was not soft-hearted towards her. As he spoke, he squeezed his 5 fingers and completely crushed her soul. As the remnant soul of the stone embryo son of heaven, she was too dangerous. He could not let her live. Drip! From within her shattered soul, a green eye fell out. It was exactly the same as the 9-jade spiritual pearl. It was also the heavenly law-death eye. Looking inside, it was empty except for the remains. Its expression was serene and lifelike, as if it were a living thing. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was the body of the stone embryo son of heaven. Even a strand of its hair was a priceless treasure. He tried to roll it out. In the end, he was surprised to find that even his soul, in the state of the holy mortal body, could hardly move this thing. An hour later, Su Yu's soul was exhausted. He finally managed to move this body out. Its heaviness was beyond his expectations. If it were an ordinary pathmaster, he might not be able to move it at all. Even in the state of the holy mortal body, he could barely move it. Even the body of a pathmaster was precious, let alone the body of the stone embryo son of heaven. Su Yu took the thing away without hesitation. Finally, he looked at the eyeball in his palm, then at Emo Shao Chai's stomach. After some thought, he flicked his finger. A beam of 9-colored light wrapped around the eyeball and shot it into Emo Shao Chai's stomach. She did not even notice the existence of the light. She only felt a chill penetrate her body. "Consider it compensation for taking this tail," Su Yu said indifferently. He then stepped into the void and walked towards the continent-level 7-star civilization. In the faraway Azura civilization, unlike the devastation of 10 years ago, the Azura civilization was singing and dancing in an orderly manner. There was no smile on the Xianming Path Master's face. Instead, he continued to stare blankly at the sky. "I didn't expect the 9-colored heavenly sovereign to be Su Yu." His heart was filled with remorse. If he had known that Su Yu would have such achievements, why would he have stopped them in the first place? Now, it was too late for regrets. "Report. What's the matter?" Chapter 2166. The mysterious underworld sect master was shocked and said, "The coronation is in a few months. Why did she leave?" "Your subordinate doesn't know. This is a letter left behind by the Realm Lord." "Sect Master!" Xianming immediately took it and opened it. His expression changed drastically. It was a farewell letter left behind by Qin Xianer. There were only a few lines in it. "Thank you, Xianming, for taking care of me for such a long time. However, Xian Er always feels that she is lacking something. I want to go out and have a look. I will come back later. Please take care." After he finished reading, the mysterious Nether Path Master looked up to the sky and sighed with a complicated expression. "Tao Lord, shall we pursue them? If we give chase now, we might still be able to make it." Xianming, Taoist master, shook his head bitterly. If my heart isn't here, what's the use of coming back? Let her go. At the peak of the sacred mountain, a gloomy growl suddenly exploded. The sacred body of the human clan! Sensing that his second clone had been destroyed, Emperor Xiao Yao's main body was extremely furious. Heavenly Sun Mirrorflower's body fragment was stolen, and the holy body of mortal body failed. Xiao Yao, do you have anything else to say? Said one of the heavenly sons in the drama. Back then, if it wasn't for Xiao Yao, son of heaven's sudden desire to torture Suyu, how could things have come to this? Emperor Xiao Yao said in a gloomy voice, he is just a lesser accomplishment, holy mortal body. Killing him is like killing a pig. I will use my second clone. Once I find him, even if he activates a saint body, he will definitely die. Several years later, a streak of 9-colored light flashed across the boundless and desolate galaxy. The flowing light rapidly weakened, and in the end, completely disappeared. A figure fell out of the stream of light and landed on an empty meteorite. He was, of course, Suyu, who was rushing toward the 7-star civilization continent. After 8 years, he traveled across tens of thousands of galaxies in his divine body state. Even a Tao Lord would need at least 1,000 years to traverse this distance. With his saint physique, it only took him 8 years to get close. He wanted to reach it in one go, but his body didn't allow him to. The oil lamp on his chest had become extremely weak, as if it would be extinguished by a gust of wind. Maintaining the divine body for too long consumed too much of the oil lamp's energy. This was the price the sinful woman had to pay to maintain the state of the sacred body. The flame of the oil lamp had become weaker, which meant that Suyu couldn't use his holy body state again unless he strengthened the flame again. However, this flame originated from the 1,000 Lanterns Buddha. How could it be so easy to strengthen it? At the same time, as the state of the holy body was removed, a deep sense of weakness hit him. The holy body state consumed not only the ancient lamp's flame, but also Suyu's own potential. He sat on the ground, powerlessly. Not only was his physical strength depleted, his soul was weakened, and even his body had become quite fragile. Sitting on the ground, the broken stones on the meteorite could stab him. He tried to use the law of life to recover, but the effect was very weak. It was as if his physical strength had been severely overdrawn, causing his laws to lose their effect. Don't tell me he's crippled. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he examined his body thoroughly. In the end, he determined that he had overexerted himself, and it would be difficult for him to recover. Right now, it was extremely difficult for him to even fly, let alone use sword techniques. If there were no other circumstances, he would need at least 100 years of meditation before his body could fully recover. However, if there was an extraordinary item called the Sky Cleansing Dust, it could speed up the recovery process. The Sky Cleansing Dust was a kind of extremely holy dust, which was produced in the rare Sky Cleansing Stone mine. Usually, one might not even find a single grain of Sky Cleansing Dust in a stone mine. It was so rare that it was usually priceless, and it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to buy it. Moreover, with his current situation, where could he go? He probably couldn't even activate the meteorite in front of him. "Little Kylan!" Suyu called out softly, and the little Kylan appeared. "Why are you so weak?" The little Kylan blinked its watery, purple eyes mischievously. Suyu didn't say a word, but took out the human demon's path master's body and said, "Help me refine this body." When the little Kylan saw it, it was shocked, and it said, "This is a path master's body. My gosh, are you trying to control it? It's too difficult. Divide." At that moment, Suyu shouted in a low voice, and his soul was divided into two, turning into two identical Suyu. One of them entered the human demon's body. Suyu was immediately repelled by a powerful repelling force. "Refine it," Suyu said. When the little Kylan saw that, it nodded and immediately spat out a large amount of nothingness, which corroded the human demon's body. The human demon's body instinctively resisted the nothingness. While it was resisting the nothingness, Suyu separated a tiny bit of his soul and inserted it into the human demon's body. The human demon's body trembled, and it was about to reject it, but because it had to resist the nothingness, and because the tiny bit of soul was weak, it didn't bother. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu released another tiny bit of soul and inserted it into the human demon's body. In this way, it took a whole year to finally insert half of the soul into the human demon's body. The human demon's body was finally occupied by Suyu's soul, like a frog being boiled in warm water. It's a pity that the body is still rejecting me and I can't use the domain, the human demon muttered to himself as he looked at his body. However, he was already satisfied. Even the body of a pathmaster was quite powerful. Anyone below the level of a pathmaster would definitely die if they were slapped by the human demon. After putting a cloak on the human demon, Suyu kept him in the space of the Buddha pearl and would release him to fight when necessary. The little Kylan controlled the meteorite with a smile and said, "Leave the rest to me." Suyu was about to nod when he suddenly turned his head and looked toward the east. He sensed several powerful auras rushing toward this place at high speed. Soon, several powerful and extraordinary giant ships came into view. The giant ships were huge, comparable to a 5-star civilization. It was impossible to see them clearly at such a close distance. Each of the giant ships was printed with ferocious and hideous patterns, and layers of divine blood that hadn't dried up yet covered the bodies of the ships. They gave people an extremely uneasy feeling even before they got close. Pirate ships. Suyu was shocked. As expected, the giant ships slowly stopped nearby, and a few warships were released from them to search the surroundings. It seemed that the 9-colored light that Suyu had transformed into had fallen nearby, and this had attracted the pirates in the nothingness. "There's a person over there." A sharp-eyed pirate noticed Suyu's condition. Suyu's eyes turned cold. He took off the space of the Buddha pearl and the 9-jade spiritual pearl and handed them to the little Kylan. "Hide them." The little Kylan held them in its mouth and then turned into nothingness, hiding around Suyu. "It's a weak human." 2 pirates of the half-step pathmaster level were standing on the warship, and they were sizing Suyu up. "Hey, human! Did you see a 9-colored light falling?" one of the half-step pathmasters asked. Suyu shook his head, indicating that he hadn't seen it. The pirate looked around angrily. "It seems like it sank into the depths of the nothingness. What bad luck. I thought it was some treasure, and it caused us to end the battle in a hurry. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to capture Lung Yu Tai-ho. What should we do with this brat? Kill him?" The other pirate looked at Suyu. "I'm so sleepy. The next chapter will be posted at 8:00 tomorrow morning." Chapter 2167. The pirate beside Suyu pondered for a moment, then placed his hand on Suyu's shoulder to sense it. Then he said in surprise, "Half-path master? Not bad." The other pirate was surprised, and he also tried to test Suyu's cultivation. He said in surprise, "You're only 100 years old, yet you're already a half-path master? You must be a genius that only the 7 great families can have." He had been cultivating for more than 120 years, and the half-path master's cultivation was indeed not bad. "Lad, are you willing to join us, the Star Pirates?" The half-path master pirate stared at Suyu's eyes. "Join the pirates? Me." Suyu was amused. He didn't expect that he would be forced to join the pirates one day. "Do I have a choice?" Suyu asked in reply. The pirate laughed heartily. "You're very sensible. Let's go. I'll take you to see our captain." This was the reason why Suyu didn't refuse. They were just members of the pirates, and the leader of the pirates hadn't shown himself yet. His strength had probably reached the level of a pathmaster. Otherwise, how could he suppress so many half-path masters? In his current state, Even if he had the body of a human demon, he wouldn't be a match for a Pathmaster. Su Yu was led to one of the pirate ships by the two pirates. As they walked, the pirate introduced, "The 9 search pirate ships you see are part of the Pirate Alliance. Every single ship is a great pirate, and the 2 of us belong to the illustrious Sea Wolves Pirates. Our leader is a powerful Pathmaster who has dominated the sacred star continent for many years. If you join us, you'll enjoy endless treasures and beauties." Su Yu thought to himself, sure enough, there are strong Pathmasters overseeing them. Looking at the other 8 pirate ships, Su Yu suppressed his desire to escape. In his current state, he would be in danger no matter where he went. So, it was better to stay among the pirates and see if there was a way to get the sky pure dust. Soon, Su Yu was brought to a luxurious cabin. Although it was called a cabin, it was actually quite spacious and there were grand halls everywhere. A palace shaped like a giant ship was the most eye-catching. It was floating in mid-air, and many powerful seals were flickering around it. "Leader, we haven't found the 9-colored light," the 2 pirates reported. After a while, a soft sigh came from within the palace. "Let's go back and continue to kill the 7 Absolute Alliance's warships." The 2 pirates said, "Leader, we found a weak human. His cultivation is quite good. We think we can let him join us and replenish our members." The Sea Wolves Pirates had suffered heavy losses when they attacked the 7 Absolutes Alliance's warships. This was the best time to recruit new members. "Oh, is that so?" A probing gaze shot out from the palace of the giant ship and stared straight into Su Yu's body. Once he was done, Sea Wolf Dowlord said with slight regret, "He's not bad indeed. He's not even 130 years old. Yet he's already a half-step Dowlord. What's more commendable is that his soul's degree of deification is very high, and there's hope for him to break through to become a Dowlord. However, his body seems to have been severely overdrawn, and it's difficult for him to display his full strength." The 2 pirates were slightly startled. Severe overdraft? They thought it was only temporary weakness. Then what does the leader mean? The 2 pirates understood that they had made an unnecessary move and picked up an extra person. Let him stay for the time being and observe his performance. If he performs well, I might consider rewarding him with a grain of sky cleansing dust. With the experience of the Sea Wolves Pathmaster, he knew that the sky cleansing dust was the only way. Su Yu was surprised. Did the Sea Wolves Pirates have the sky cleansing dust? Seeing his surprised expression, the 2 pirates laughed. "You're lucky. We recently seized a mine and found a grain of sky cleansing dust in it." Was it really such a coincidence? Su Yu didn't really believe it. Even a 7-star civilization on the continent would find it difficult to find a sky cleansing mine. The value of a grain of sky cleansing dust was unimaginable. Su Yu's background was unknown, and his strength was unknown. Yet they wanted to give him the sky cleansing dust to recover his body? They were pirates, not running a charity. Why would they be so kind? If he guessed correctly, they wanted to exploit his strength and make him work for them. "Thank you, leader." "Of course." So you still said so on the surface. "Okay, I'll give you a whiff of the Pathmaster strength. The next battle will depend on your performance." Beams of the Pathmaster's strength shot out from the palace of the giant ship and entered Su Yu's body. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt his weakness disappear. It wasn't that his body was being healed, but that the whiff of the Pathmaster's strength was forcibly supporting him. Once the Pathmaster's strength was exhausted, his body would return to its previous weakness. However, the Pathmaster's intention was obvious. It was obvious that he wanted Su Yu to work for him. It would be great if Su Yu could make a contribution, but if he couldn't, he deserved to die. Su Yu understood his intention, but he still pretended to be grateful. "Go and get ready." The 3 of them left the cabin. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Dubucken." The half-step Pathmaster who had introduced Su Yu to the pirates was him. I'm the deputy leader of the Sea Wolves pirates. This is Jiang Nanyu, also one of the deputy leaders. The other pirate was the one who had suggested killing Suyu. Du Buchan's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked gentle. He didn't look like a cold-blooded, murderous pirate at all. Jiang Nanyu, on the other hand, exuded a faint sense of aloofness. Su Rushu, thank you for saving me, deputy leaders. Du Buchan smiled warmly. You are injured, so go and rest well. I hope you can help us in the battle later. Of course. Under their arrangement, Su Yu stayed in a cabin. Su Yu didn't have to look outside to know that he was being watched. However, he didn't plan to do anything bad. Su Yu clenched his fists and felt his body's condition. He nodded slightly. The Pathmaster's power in my body is only enough for me to use my sword technique once. Even if my opponent is a Pathmaster, I'm confident that I can kill him. He had the power to protect himself, but the alliance of 7 unparalleled masters didn't sound like an easy target. It was best to be cautious. At the back of the ship, Jiang Nanyu said, I told you it was unnecessary. You thought you could take credit, but you ended up picking up a piece of trash. Hearing that, Du Buchan's gentle expression disappeared and was replaced with disdain. Who knew he was injured so badly? Jiang Nanyu shook her head and said, Do you think our leader will really give him the sky pure dust? That's a treasure that our brothers risked their lives to get back. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? The sky pure dust is such a precious treasure. Among the 10 great pirates, apart from Xiaxiaye, who else would be willing to give it to us? Dubu Chen was unconcerned. Besides, didn't you notice that our leader only gave him a wisp of the Pathmaster's power? Our leader just wanted him to use his remaining power to help us charge the enemy. The sky pure dust was just a way to lure him. Jiang Nanyu laughed. That's true. We, the Sea Wolves pirates, never accept useless people. Let's not talk about him. Du Buchan's expression turned serious. The daughter of the number 1 peerless family, Biyun Hongxian, is on the warship of the alliance of 7 unparalleled masters. If we can capture this woman, the reputation of our pirate alliance will soar. All the pirates nearby will join us. Jiang Nanyu licked her lips. Think about who Biyun Hongxian is. She is the future heir of the number 1 peerless family. If we capture her, we can ask for any ransom. However, it won't be easy to capture her. She is protected by many experts, and she is a powerful expert herself. Du Buchan chuckled. The 2 of us might not stand a chance. Why don't we make use of that human and let him scout the way before we act? Good idea. A few days later, Suyu was cultivating in the cabin, recovering his body. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening rumble was heard, and the whole pirate ship was shaking violently. Suyu opened his eyes abruptly. Just as he was feeling bewildered, someone knocked on the door. Brother Rushu, come out quickly. We've reached the battlefield. Su, you left the cabin and stood on the deck. As he gazed into the distance, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Thousands of giant warships were bombarding each other in the void. Those giant cannons were extremely powerful, and each of them had the power of a half-Dao Lord. Even a half-Dao Lord would be turned into ashes by a casual bombardment. More than 80% of the warships were pirate ships. Only 200 snow-white warships managed to break through the blockade of the pirate ships with much difficulty, breaking out of the encirclement. Among the many snow-white warships, there was a crimson warship that was particularly eye-catching. Do you see that ship? Du Buchan pointed at the crimson warship. The daughter of the greatest family is on that ship. Any pirate ship that can capture her will become famous in the world, and the other pirates will attach themselves to it. If you were the one who did such a great deed, Tian Jingchen would never forget you, Du Buchan said patiently. Even a fool could tell that he was encouraging Suyu to scout the way. He was a human and his body was weak, but that didn't mean he was a fool. I see. However, with so many warships, it won't be easy to board that crimson warship, will it? Moreover, how can we capture the daughter? Even if we do, it won't be easy to bring her back. Su Yu voiced his opinion. Du Buchan chuckled and said, "Of course there will be some danger, but riches come from danger. The opportunity to make a great deed is right in front of you. If you give it up, it will be difficult for you to encounter it again." Su Yu sneered inwardly. Even if he really made a great deed, Tian Jingchen might not give it to him, would he? However, Du Buchan's words reminded Su Yu. Since the daughter was so important, if he could capture her, he believed that both the Pirate Alliance and the Seven Unparalleled Alliance would be very willing to exchange a grain of Tian Jingchen for her. "Deputy Leader, you are right." Su Yu pretended to be confused and said with a smile, "Then I will go first." Du Buchan said seriously, "Come on, we will support you." Su Yu nodded and jumped onto a small warship. He passed through the heavy artillery fire and sped towards the crimson warship. Jiang Nanyue laughed contemptuously. "What a good use!" Du Buchan hurriedly retrieved a small warship and said, "Follow him and let him attract the attention of the Seven Unparalleled Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, several snow-white warships discovered Su Yu and opened fire at him. Dozens of artillery fire engulfed Su Yu and the warship. Du Buchan and the others who were following behind him hurriedly turned around. Jiang Nanyue cursed. Is he brainless? How could he be destroyed so quickly? Chapter 2168. Du Buchan was also annoyed that his plan had failed. He said, "Let's wait and see." They planned to take their time to think about it. Little did they know that just as they turned around, a small pink figure flickered in the smoke. However, as they were on the battlefield, they did not notice it. It turned out that the little Kylan had used the illusory transformation technique to wrap Su Yu within it when the giant cannon was about to attack. With its illusory transformation, they did not even have to worry about their breaths leaking out. The people on the white warships saw that Su Yu had been blown into smithereens and immediately focused their attention in another direction. They did not know that a hidden presence was sticking to the bottom of one of the white warships. Su Yu's mind was racing. The so-called first peerless family's daughter, Byun Hongxian, must be under the protection of many strong men. There must be path masters among them. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to break in, but it would be extremely difficult for him to come back. Therefore, to capture Byun Hongxian, force alone was far from enough. Su Yu looked at Jiang Nanyue and Du Buchan, his eyes cold. "Fine, I'll use you too as stepping stones." He silently circled around them and approached them. At that moment, Du Buchan and Jiang Nanyue were still carefully hiding under a pirate ship, staring at the fierce battle ahead. They did not notice that Su Yu was approaching. "Looking at the situation, there won't be a result for a while," Du Buchan said. Du Buchan said, "Although our pirate alliance has more people, the other party's experts are stronger." Jiang Nanyue was not satisfied and sighed. "Unfortunately, we won't have a chance to capture Byun Hongxian. Let's go back to the pirate ship first." Du Buchan turned around. However, just as he was about to turn around, a large stick suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed into his head. Du Buchan was immediately hit by a powerful soul attack, causing him to feel dizzy. Before he could recover, the stick hit him again. Du Buchan finally rolled his eyes and slumped weakly. A burlap sack suddenly stretched out and stuffed him into it. All of this happened in just a moment. Jiang Nanyue only heard the movement behind her. When she turned around, Du Buchan was already gone. Her expression changed slightly, and she immediately turned into a residual shadow and flew toward her pirate ship. Freeze! Suddenly, a strand of space froze, and it froze his figure on the spot. After that, his head was struck fiercely by the rod, and he fell unconscious. He took out another sackcloth bag and placed it inside. The person who had attacked was naturally Su Yu. After loading the two of them, he sped towards the crimson battleship. Inside the warship, in a quiet and elegant villa, a beautiful woman in a red robe was quietly reading a book. The bombardment outside did not disturb his reading at all. She was the daughter of the number 1 peerless clan by Yun Hongxian. Behind her, there were 3 unfathomable Dao lords, standing silently. Report, Miss, our side has suffered heavy losses, and we are unable to break out of the encirclement. Please make an early plan. Mississippi, hearing this, the woman raised her head indifferently and said, Yes, it's about time. Let's go. Bai Yun Hongxian did not care about the situation of the battle. She did not even want to know how many people had died. At this moment, a soldier suddenly walked over and said, Report, Miss, a member of the Sea Wolves pirates has betrayed us and wishes to join us. Please make the decision. Mississippi, Bai Yun Hongxian looked over lightly, and her calm eyes were full of wisdom. They must be pretending to surrender, but they are actually trying to get close to me. Deal with them as you see fit. The soldier hurriedly said, But this pirate also brought along 2 deputy leaders of the Sea Wolves pirates. Bai Yun Hongxian was slightly surprised. Capturing 2 deputy leaders? If they were pretending to surrender, the price would not be low. She shook her head with a smile and said disapprovingly, To get close to me, these pirates are really unscrupulous. Destroy them, and don't bother replying to me. The seemingly quiet Bai Yun Hongxian turned out to be an extremely determined, intelligent, calm, and decisive woman. She had seen through Su Yu's plan. Yes. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately returned to the deck. He hurried up to one of the commanding generals and whispered his orders. The commanding general was an expert at the level of a half-step Dao Lord. Hearing Bai Yun Hongxian's words, he understood. In fact, he did not agree with recruiting the pirates at this particular moment. It was difficult to determine whether the other party was sincere or just taking the opportunity to board the ship. Looking at the black-cloaked man sitting in the pavilion, quietly waiting for news, the commanding general's eyes were filled with coldness. He walked over with a smile and said, Brother Demon, I have informed Miss about your situation. She is very pleased that Brother Demon is able to stand on the right side in such a critical situation. After all, the other party was a half-step Dao Master. Even if the commanding general wanted to kill him, he would have to use a strategy. The first step was to stabilize the Sea Wolves pirates member known as the Demon Man. But the demon said, Is that so? Then why doesn't your miss come out to see me? The commanding general was unperturbed, but he secretly sneered. The fox's tail was exposed. Miss was right. This person was deliberately trying to get close to Miss with an ulterior motive. Miss is dressing up, so she asked me to receive you first, Brother Demon. The commanding general was beaming. He clapped his hands, and immediately a soldier came over with good wine. He said, Brother Demon, I admire you for capturing 2 deputy leaders alive by yourself. It's nothing much. The demon man drank his wine absent-mindedly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Several half-step Dao Lord experts were secretly gathering on the deck. Once they were all here, they would attack the demon man and eliminate him. The commanding general patiently chatted with the demon man for a while. When he received a hint that the ambush was ready, he stood up with a smile. Then, Brother Demon, welcome to us. As soon as he finished speaking, he would immediately attack with the other half-step Dao Masters to kill the demon man. However, at this moment, a clear shout shook the entire Crimson warship. Stand down, don't fall for it. Then, a wave of oppressive sword chi enveloped the entire warship without any warning. Inside the cabin, Bai Yun and Hongxian's calm expression changed slightly. The 3 Dao Masters behind her revealed expressions of deep fear. What a terrifying sword technique! Who is it? On the deck. Before the commanding general could figure out who it was, he saw a figure that came out of nowhere step onto the deck and perform an ordinary sword strike. This sword technique was filled with extreme profundity. It was simple and ordinary, but it contained endless profundities. Pucci! The half-step Tao Master Demon Man didn't even have a chance to resist before the sword pierced through his body. At the same time, the figure didn't stop. He arrived in front of Du Buchan and Jiang Nanyue and struck their heads with his palm. Chapter 2169. The self-detonation of two half-step Tao masters would have severely damaged the giant worship beneath their feet. The few half-step Tao masters who had come to besiege them, as well as the commanding general himself, would have been annihilated. The commanding general wiped the sweat from his palms as he stepped forward angrily. He destroyed Du Buchan and Jiang Nanyue's inner worlds with just 2 palm strikes, turning them into cripples. The pitiful 2 of them were still unconscious and had no idea what had happened. Only then did the commanding general heave a sigh of relief. He cupped his fists at the figure approaching him and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for saving us." The expert in front of him was a human creature from a 9th-rated race. He had a head of long silver hair, a pair of wise and cold eyes, and a slightly thin body. He was the complete opposite of the stunning sword strike just now. This person was undoubtedly Suyu. The person under the black cloak was the human demon. Suyu knew that if he wanted to win Byun Hongxian's trust, he couldn't rely on just the 2 deputy leaders. Therefore, he had set up a series of plans to win their trust. He didn't dare to say anything about the others, but the commanding general in front of him wasn't on guard against him. "I didn't save you." Su Yu's expression was cold, as if he didn't care about him at all. He walked forward and took off his cloak, revealing the demon's true appearance. An intense evil energy emanated from him, causing the commanding general to shudder. "This is—" he asked cautiously, as the human demon gave him a terrifying feeling. Su Yu replied calmly, "A pathmaster who cultivated the devouring domain is dead." "A pathmaster?" The commanding general sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the corpse was so terrifying. Right at that moment, Byun Hongxian and the 3 pathmasters, who had sensed the terrifying sword energy, walked out. They stared at the human demon on the ground, and the expressions of the 3 pathmasters sank slightly. An ancient demon. One of the pathmasters heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, he's dead." The other 2 pathmasters stared at Su Yu in bewilderment. They asked hesitantly, "The sword strike just now was—" The commanding general immediately said, "Greetings, sirs. Reporting to sirs, it's all thanks to this human powerhouse that he told them everything that had happened just now." After listening to him, the 3 pathmasters stared at the human demon's corpse with loathing in their eyes. The people of the Pirate Alliance are indeed cunning. Fortunately, young Miss was wise and did not fall for it, giving him a chance to meet. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Byun and Hongxian's eyes were fixed on Su Yu. His eyes were deep and calm, like a vast ocean that no one could see the bottom of. She looked at Su Yu's expression and bowed to him. She then said in a sweet voice, "Young master, thank you for helping me. May I ask for your name?" Su Yu calmly glanced at her, then looked away expressionlessly. He didn't even bother to pay attention to her, as he bent down to search the human demon's body for his spoils of war. Being ignored, Byun Hongxian did not get angry. Instead, she maintained her calm and said, "I represent the number 1 peerless clan to express my sincere gratitude to you. I also have some gifts. I hope you will accept them." She took out a bronze card that contained a decent amount of Dao coins. However, Su Yu didn't even spare him a glance. He didn't even turn his head around as he calmly said, "I only act for myself, so you don't need to thank me." At this time, he had already plundered the human devil's corpse and taken it away. Of course, the human devil wasn't dead, but the soul in his body had been taken back by Su Yu, so he looked like a dead corpse. After doing this, he stepped into the void and was about to leave. Seeing such a strong man leave just like that, the 3 pathmasters hurriedly said, "My young friend, please wait." Su Yu stopped and looked at them. "Is there anything I can help you with?" When Byun and Hongxian saw this, They mistakenly thought that Su Yu was only willing to talk to the Pathmasters as equals. As they recalled that terrifying sword strike by Yun and Hongxian, understood why Su Yu was so indifferent. Everyone below the Pathmasters was like an ant, so it was normal for him to have such a mentality. Little friend, we have a presumptuous request. We hope that you can stay behind and lend us a hand. The 3 Tao Masters said. Su Yu frowned. I'm just a half-step Pathmaster. How can I help you? The 3 Pathmasters laughed bitterly. My young friend, don't be modest. I'm afraid your sword strike just now could have killed all of us. As you can see, we are at an absolute disadvantage and will be wiped out soon. So, please help us, my young friend. Hearing this, Su Yu was a little displeased. Guys, since you already know that you will be wiped out, why are you still asking for my help? What's the meaning of this? Could it be that they were going to drag him to the grave with them? The 3 Pathmasters hurriedly said, My young friend, can we go into the cabin to talk? You can rest assured that we won't mistreat you. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, All right. Just like that, Su Yu openly entered the cabin of the Crimson Battleship, sharing a room with Bai Yun and Hongxian, whom the Pirate Alliance wanted to capture. Of course, she was protected by the 3 Pathmasters, so Su Yu couldn't do anything to her. However, he had already gained their trust, just as he had planned. My young friend, to tell you the truth, we are preparing to retreat. The 3 Pathmasters went straight to the point. Su Yu's expression was calm as he said, You mean to leave the battleship and ordinary people to attract the attention of the Pirate Alliance while you escape? After a pause, Su Yu looked at Bai Yun and Hongxian and said, Or in fact, you deliberately allowed yourself to be ambushed by the Pirate Alliance and lured them out so that you could set up an inescapable net to kill the Pirate Alliance. Hearing this, the 4 people in the room were all shocked. A look of surprise flashed across Bai Yun and Hongxian's calm face as they sized Su Yu up. If only the 4 of them knew the secret, she would have suspected that he had heard it from somewhere else. Indeed, as the daughter of the number 1 peerless family, knowing that she was being eyed by the Pirate Alliance, how could she hastily leave the 7 Stars civilization? She had deliberately appeared here to attract the attention of the Pirate Alliance. In secret, the entire 7 Star civilization had mobilized a large number of strong men to form a huge encirclement. At this moment, the encirclement was shrinking rapidly. When the time came, the Pirate Alliance would be like turtles in a jar. For many years, the nearby pirate forces, big and small, had continuously harassed the 7 Star civilization. The 7 Star civilization often mobilized forces to wipe them out. However, they were very scattered. Often, when they attacked a pirate force, the other pirates would get the news and immediately hide. When the storm had passed, they would come out to do evil again. Secondly, they were very mobile. Once they were hunted down, they would immediately hide in the vast nothingness, making it impossible to find them. After a discussion, the 7 great families of the 7 Star civilization decided to make a risky move. Using her as bait, they would capture all the nearby pirate forces in one fell swoop. She had just received news that the people of the 7 Star civilization who were lying in ambush had already sealed off the vicinity and informed her to evacuate quickly, lest the Pirate Alliance put up a desperate fight and harm her. The 4 of us are now preparing to evacuate from this place. However, as you can see, in order to lure the Pirate Alliance into our trap, we did not bring too much power. Only the 3 of us are protecting the young lady. The 3 of them were not weak, but they were besieged by the 10 great pirate leaders. In front of the 10 Pathmasters, it was completely unknown whether the 3 of them could protect Bai Yun and Hongxian's safe retreat. Coincidentally, Su Yu had arrived. Naturally, they hoped that Su Yu could lend them a hand. Hearing this, Su Yu pondered. If he could protect Bai Yun and Hongxian back to the 7 Star civilization and exchange her for the sky pure dust, then he could completely abandon the plan to kidnap her. plans could not keep up with the changes. So Su Yu immediately made corresponding adjustments. He thought for a moment, then said, I understand what you mean. I can agree to help Miss Baiyun retreat safely, but I want a grain of sky-pure dust. Can you satisfy that? Sky-pure dust? Chapter 2170. One of the Pathmasters even laughed. If you wanted something else, it might be hard to say, but the sky-pure dust? Haha, we are the #1 family, and we control the largest sky-pure mine in the 7 unique civilizations. We can produce 3 grains of sky-pure dust every year. If you can really help our young lady return to the 7 unique civilizations, we can consider giving you a grain of sky-pure dust, the Pathmaster said. The 4 of them looked at Su Yu, waiting for his response. Su Yu laughed silently for a while, then said, You mean, even if I do my best to protect your young lady's return to the 7 unique civilizations, whether or not I give it to you depends on your mood. Ambiguous words were the most untrustworthy. Noticing Su Yu's displeasure, Baiyun Hongxian said, I swear on my name that I will definitely give you one. Su Yu nodded lightly. All right, but as you can see, my body is severely overdrawn, and I'm relying on a wisp of the Pathmaster's power to support me. If it's used up, I'll need more from the 3 Pathmasters. Haha, no problem. How could the 3 Pathmasters not see the abnormality in Su Yu's body? Now, they naturally agreed. With just a little bit of the Pathmaster's power, they could get the help of a great swordsman. Why not? What's your plan of retreat? Su Yu asked. No plan, the 3 Pathmasters said calmly, because before the whole plan of annihilation began, we didn't know the specific situation. So, when we formulated the plan, we planned to act according to the situation. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. This time, the pirates had attacked more than 1,000 forces. Among them, there were dozens of Pathmasters. Moreover, this warship was the one that all the pirates were paying the most attention to. It wouldn't be difficult to escape from under their noses. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu said, If you don't have a plan, I do, but it depends on whether you have the guts. The 3 Pathmasters immediately said, Please speak. In fact, they already had their own ideas, but they still wanted to hear Su Yu's plan. Su Yu looked at the warships in the sky and said, How about we beat them at their own game? The 3 Pathmasters were startled. It seemed that Su Yu's plan was different from what they had in mind. How do we beat them at their own game? In their opinion, creating a diversion was the best. One party disguised themselves as Baiyun Hongxian and escaped the place, drawing away most of the pirates, while the real Baiyun Hongxian secretly escaped under the cover of the strong martial artists. A diversion, Su Yu said. The 3 Dao Lords secretly looked down on him. They had thought that he would have some good ideas, but it turned out that he was just like them. It seemed that everyone had the same opinion. However, he heard Su Yu say, We'll let the real Baiyun Hongxian lure the enemy away, and the disguised Baiyun Hongxian will follow behind. Do you mean to ask our young mistress to lure the enemy away so that we can escape? The 3 Pathmasters looked at Su Yu in disbelief. What kind of person could come up with such a stupid idea? Let's not consider this method for the time being. A Pathmaster immediately rejected Su Yu's idea. Although the other 2 Dao Lords didn't say anything, it was obvious what they were thinking. As for Baiyun and Hongxian, they stared at Su Yu thoughtfully and said, I think what you're trying to say is that our plan of making a feint in the east and attacking in the west has already been prepared by the enemy, so they may not be fooled. So, we'll beat them at their own game and use the feint in the east to attack them. But what if the enemy isn't as smart as we think and really catches up to us? Won't our young mistress be in danger? The 3 Pathmasters asked. Baiyun Hongxian looked at Su Yu and said, Then, it depends on this young master's specific strategy. Su Yu smiled calmly. That's why I said it depends on whether you have the guts or not. After a moment of silence, Baiyun Hongxian said, I think that our young master's plan should be more promising than creating a diversion. She was implying that she approved of Su Yu's strategy. Su Yu was slightly surprised. This woman was quite wise and farsighted. Ordinary people wouldn't take such a risk. Since she had said so, the 3 Path Masters naturally wouldn't oppose it. They said, "Fine, let's take a gamble." Su Yu nodded slightly and said, "This is the specific plan." After hearing his plan, the 5 of them immediately started preparing. After a moment, Su Yu, a Path Master, and Bai Yun Hongxian boarded a small boat and suddenly left the Crimson Warship, rushing in the direction of the 7 unique civilizations. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of all the pirates. Many pirates of the smaller forces immediately rushed forward to chase after them. However, the pirates of the larger forces strangely didn't make any movements. Report: Bai Yun Hongxian escaped under the cover of a Path Master and a half-step Path Master. A crew member in front of the Sea Wolf Path Master reported immediately. The Sea Wolf Path Master muttered to himself. 3 Path Masters, but only one of them was sent to protect her. Haha, is it a diversion? As expected, the pirates had already deduced that Bai Yun Hongxian would definitely escape based on the situation. Moreover, she wouldn't escape directly. There would definitely be some kind of camouflage. The current diversion was a pretty good camouflage. He would let someone disguise as Bai Yun Hongxian to divert most of their attention, and then the real Bai Yun Hongxian would escape. However, just in case, they couldn't let the fake Bai Yun Hongxian escape. What if she was real? Although it was really just a what if. Send a few small boats to intercept her, the Sea Wolf Path Master said. The rest of the pirates made similar analyses. This was because they had met not long ago and exchanged opinions. They predicted that the other party would definitely have a camouflage. Because of this, an extremely strange scene appeared. The 10 great pirates did not make a move and only sent a small group of people to chase after her. Many small and medium-sized pirates noticed the abnormality of the big pirates and understood what was going on. Most of them gave up on the chase and continued to attack the Crimson Warship. Half a day later, what made all the pirates excited was that, as expected, when the 7 Wonders Alliance's warships were almost completely destroyed, the real Bai Yun Hongxian finally escaped on a small boat under the cover of the 2 Tao Lords. The Sea Wolf Path Master laughed. Let's see who's going to die this time. Whoever could capture Bai Yun Hongxian would have the initiative to negotiate with the number 1 Absolute's realm and obtain unimaginable benefits. After this, they might even become the king of the pirates with the benefits of extortion. The other pirates moved one after another, and the auras of Path Masters soared into the sky. Many experts of the small and medium-sized pirates gave chase. The 2 Path Masters who were running away were shocked, but also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the young mistress did not use our diversion plan. Everything is within the enemy's expectations. One of the Path Masters secretly rejoiced. Another Tao Lord nodded. Yes, that human is extraordinarily wise. He's a match for the human that our number 1 peerless family has taken in. This person's wisdom should be above that of the human we took in. The 2 of them spoke one after another as they fled quickly with the fake Bai Yun Hongxian. On the other side, Su Yu and another Path Master were fleeing in an orderly manner with Bai Yun Hongxian. Sensing that there were not many people chasing after them, Bai Yun Hongxian's eyes lit up as she looked at Su Yu. My young friend, your foresight is flawless. I admire you, the Path Master said in surprise. May I ask for your name? Su Yu said Su Rushu. Hee, I am the Rock Path Master. Please come to my mansion when you return to the 7 Absolutes civilization. The Rock Path Master treated Su Yu as a peer. It's still too early to say that. We haven't completely shaken off the enemy, Su Yu said. The Rock Path Master nodded slightly. His expression was slightly grave. There is indeed a powerful pirate chasing after us. When he turned around, he saw a Pathmaster standing on the bow of a battleship made of bones. The Rock Pathmaster knew the Pathmaster. He was the White Bone Pathmaster, who was ranked 11th among the pirates. This Pathmaster had failed to enter the ranks of the 10 great pirates because of a single move. However, his powerful cultivation was undeniable. If they really fought, the Rock Pathmaster didn't have much confidence in winning. Then there were the scattered small pirates with varying levels of strength. If he couldn't spare his hands, it was unknown whether Suyu and Bai Yun Hongxian would be able to contend with them. The Rock Path Master laughed heartily as he flew. He said, "White Bone Path Master, the real Bai Yun Hongxian is here. Come on, don't stop." He wanted to use this as a diversion to make the White Bone Path Master realize that he was chasing after the fake Bai Yun Hongxian. Upon hearing this, the White Bone Path Master said in a hoarse voice, "Nonsense! Of course I know. I'm chasing after Bai Yun Hongxian. How could she be a fake?" The Rock Path Master's face stiffened. It turned out that the White Bone Path Master didn't realize that there was a possibility of a diversion. He had foolishly chased after them. The Rock Path Master didn't arouse the White Bone Path Master's suspicion. Instead, it made him even more convinced that he was chasing after Bai Yun Hongxian. Even Suyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How could such a stupid person become a Pathmaster? Don't run. Bai Yun Hongxian is mine. The White Bone Pathmaster's body rippled with a layer of white bone powder. Suyu and Bai Yun Hongxian, who were far away, felt their bones soften rapidly. It was as if they were being sucked away by something. Be careful. It's the White Bone Path Master's domain. The Rock Path Master wasn't affected at all. He stepped forward and enveloped Bai Yun Hongxian to offset the opponent's domain attack. However, he only had time to protect Bai Yun Hongxian. He didn't have time to care about Suyu. Strangely, Suyu wasn't seriously injured. Instead, he was in a better state than Bai Yun Hongxian. This surprised the Rock Path Master inwardly. He didn't know that Suyu had created a small world and hid himself within it. How could an ordinary domain attack hurt him? The White Bone Path Master's attack failed, but he still took advantage of the situation and chased after Suyu. Numerous bone spikes shot out of his body. They were like an upside-down forest. The Rock Path Master snorted coldly and said, "I'll deal with him. Suyu, protect the young lady and leave first." As he spoke, he injected 2 whiffs of the Pathmaster's energy into Suyu's body. It was enough for Suyu to use the morning and evening sword with his full power twice. "Let's go." Suyu steered the small boat and sped away. Hundreds of pirate ships were chasing after him. There were many powerful experts among the pirates, and they caught up with him after a short while. Chapter 2171. You Can't Escape. Suyu turned his head and looked at them coldly. As he spread his fingers, 9 bright silver suns appeared in the sky. 9 suns, cosmos, sword formation. The sword formation fell and turned into a sharp light that could split the sky and earth, cutting everything in its path. Creak! The small boat, together with the people on it, was cut into pieces. Seeing this, Bai Yun Hongxian was secretly surprised. Even a half-step Pathmaster was slaughtered. The many pirates who were chasing them stopped in their tracks, hesitating whether they should continue chasing them or not. However, Suyu also stopped in his tracks. "You don't want to chase us anymore? Then it's my turn to chase you." Suyu took out the royal dragon sword and slashed it across the air. Ultimate ruins. Endless, pitch-black sword shadows turned into a demonic dragon, roaring as they charged down. One pirate ship after another was directly devoured by the berserk dragon, annihilated to the point where not even dregs were left. The hesitant pirates finally fled in panic. But how could they outrun the demonic dragon? In just a short while, the pirate ships in the void had been wiped out, leaving not a single one behind. Only then did Suyu put away his sword calmly. Bai Yun Hongxian was surprised. She looked at Suyu and said, "Mr. Su, Why did you waste the power of a path master? They obviously didn't dare to chase them anymore, so there was no need to. Don't you already know the reason? Su Yu looked at her calmly. Byun Hongxian brushed her hair behind her ear and said, Mr. Su, you actually killed them to show me, so that I would remember my promise. Su Yu just laughed, then steered the small boat to go back. Looking at the rock pathmaster, who was in a very passive position in the hands of the white bone pathmaster, Su Yu said calmly, Wait for a moment. He took a deep breath and took out an ancient sword that was completely black. This was the sinful lady's doctrine artifact, the sinful sword. Its power could only be used by the user. However, the sharpness of the sword could still be used. He held the sword with one hand, and his body was surrounded by a mysterious aura. He jumped up and stabbed the sword. The rock pathmaster, who was fighting, suddenly felt a terrifying aura, so he hurriedly dodged. A seemingly ordinary sword shadow brushed past his thorns and touched the white bone pathmaster's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from within his body, and then his entire body began to break into pieces. A large amount of vitality leaked out from the cracks. The domain it covered was rapidly disintegrating. This was the sign of the Daelord's death. Impossible! My white bone body is said to be the strongest among the white bone Daelords. How could it shatter? The white bone Daelord muttered in disbelief. His eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, and even his soul was dissipating. Why not? A wooden sword could still injure the sinful girl. Was it difficult to kill the white bone Daelord? Su Yu tapped the space between his brows with his finger, and a soul vortex opened up, sucking in all of the scattered souls. With the addition of the human devil's soul, there were now 2 souls of Daelords. If he were to refine all of their souls, he was afraid that his soul would be so strong that this body would explode. Su Yu took a look at the white bone's pathmaster's corpse and accepted it. 10,000 drops of blood, why not? Hiss! The boulder path master gasped as he witnessed the entire process from a close distance. A battle between 2 Daelords was usually difficult to end with death. This was because both the Daelord's body and soul were difficult to destroy. However, the white bone Daelord, who was even more powerful than him, had been obliterated by a single sword strike. Byun Hongxian, who was watching the battle from afar, also wore a shocked expression. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it be so terrifying? The same sword of dawn and dusk, when used by the sinful sword, was even more powerful than the wooden sword. An ordinary Daelord would not be able to escape such a strike. Su Yu put away the sinful sword, returned to the boat expressionlessly, and said indifferently, The enemies will react soon. Let's hurry. Okay. The boulder pathmaster's attitude had become much more humble. On the other side, the 2 Daelords, who were trying their best to escape, failed in the end and were surrounded by a group of great pirates. The fake Byun Hongxian? Where is the real one? The Sea Wolf Path Master looked at the fake Byun Hongxian on the ground. It was easy to imagine what he was feeling now. The 2 Daelords laughed. Hee. Didn't the real Byun Hongxian lead the pursuers away? Why did you only realize it now? What? Is that the real Byun Hongxian? One of the pirate leaders was shocked. What the hell are you doing? How dare you let Byun Hongxian lead the pursuers away for the 2 of you? The group of pirates was shocked. Things were completely unexpected. The alliance of 7 masters was so cunning that they let Byun Hongxian swagger away in front of them. Go after them. The Sea Wolf Path Master didn't even care about the 2 Daelords in front of him and ordered them to chase after them. All of a sudden, the Sea Wolf Path Master found that Xia Xiaoye had disappeared. She was still there when they were chasing after them. How could she disappear now? Forget it. Brothers, let's go after them. Boom! 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 Just as they were about to turn their warships around and start to chase after them, suddenly, densely packed dust-like objects appeared at the end of the void. Many pirates sucked in a breath of cold air when they took a closer look. The main force of the warships of the Alliance of Seven Masters. There were at least tens of thousands of them, which was more than 10 times the number of the Pirate Alliance. Moreover, they were not only in one direction, but in all directions. They were surrounded. At this moment, the many Tao Lords finally realized that Bai Yun Hongxian was bait to lure them out. Their goal was to lure all the pirates out and capture them one by one. Break out! The Sea Wolf Path Master's expression changed drastically. He was furious and ordered his warships to charge in a certain direction. The other 8 Tao Lords also chose a direction to break out of the encirclement and fled frantically. However, the Alliance of Seven Masters had prepared for this for a long time and made such a risky move. How could they let them escape? Countless battleships fired their cannons at the same time, shrouding the entire area in violent explosions. The 9 great pirates' warship fleet was barely able to resist, but many of the small and medium-sized pirates were blown to pieces. In the short time it took to drink a cup of tea, the small and medium-sized pirates, who had wreaked havoc in the area for countless years, were all captured in one fell swoop. Even the 9 great pirates' fleet was in tatters, with more than half of them dead. Moreover, as the Alliance of Seven Masters' fleet closed in, they suffered more and more casualties. In the end, the 9 great pirate leaders abandoned the fleet they had built their entire lives and joined forces to fight their way out. After all, there were Tao Lords, and 10 of them had joined forces. If they wanted to leave, no one could stop them. However, after this battle, the Pirate Alliance's vitality was greatly damaged. Only 1/10 of them survived. It would take at least millions of years for them to recover to their current peak state. The Alliance of Seven Masters had won a great victory this time. On the other side, Su Yu, the Rock Path Master, Biyun Hongxian, and the others finally landed safely on the meteorite fragments. It looked like the sand on the beach, stretching from the void sea to the continent. This was where the great battle with the sinful lady began. He never expected to return to this place one day. Mr. Su, do you know that the 9-colored Heavenly Venerable once fought with the sinful lady here? Biyun Hongxian looked at Su Yu curiously. Su Yu asked, "Who is the 9-colored Heavenly Venerable?" He didn't want to reveal too much. Biyun Hongxian covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Mr. Su, are you joking? Is there anyone who doesn't know about the 9-colored Heavenly Venerable? That's the pride of your human race, a sacred mortal body. She has been hunting the sinful lady for dozens of years. Everyone knows about her. How could you not have heard about her?" Su Yu said indifferently, "I was training in isolation. I don't know about it." The Rock Path Master laughed. "It's good that you don't know. If you knew that in the current primitive universe, any peerless fairy would be proud to marry the 9-colored Heavenly Venerable, I wonder how you would feel." As he spoke, he looked at Biyun Hongxian. He meant that Biyun Hongxian was one of them. Regarding this, Biyun Hongxian was very calm and did not avoid it. She said, "The 9-colored Heavenly Venerable is such a powerful being. Is it strange that I look forward to marrying him? His combat power is far superior to that of the 7 unique civilizations." Su Yu's expression was indifferent. He was not proud of it. His mortal saint body was only at the lower level and was far from reaching the mature state. There was nothing to be happy about. "Oh, then I'm ignorant. You can leave now," Su Yu said. Biyun Hongxian looked at Su Yu thoughtfully. She felt strange. Why was he not moved when he heard about the 9-colored Heavenly Venerable? After all, it was the sinful woman who was known as the strongest being after the stone-birth heaven sun. Hiding this doubt in her heart, Biyun Hongxian nodded. Several years later, even with the Pathmaster's speed, it took him 5 years to finally leave the beach and reach the shore. This was the first peerless family along the coast. There were also the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 7th peerless families. The distance was so great that it would take the Pathmaster about 100 years to cross it. Anyone below the Pathmaster could not cross it in their lifetime. At this moment, they appeared in a huge city. The scale of this city was so huge that it could be compared to the entire demon realm. What was slightly strange was that there were not many men in the city. Most of them were women. Moreover, they did not seem like ordinary residents. Instead, they all had their own jobs. Is this the city where the first peerless family is located? Suyu asked. Hearing this, the Rock Path Master laughed mockingly. My little friend, it seems like you have never been to the civilization of the continent. You are still looking at our 7-star civilization from the perspective of the past. The city you see is actually just Our Lady's boudoir. Boudoir? You could not help but be stunned. A whole city of a 6-star civilization was just a boudoir? The mansion of the first peerless family is filled with 1,000 similar cities. The city is filled with servants of our family. They have a clear division of labor to maintain the city's operation. Chapter 2172. By Yun Hongxian chuckled and said, I've let young master Su see a joke. I originally did not want to be so extravagant, but due to my identity, I cannot do it. As the only child of the number 1 peerless family, the future successor, she was destined to have her own show, whether she liked it or not. After pausing for a moment, she said, Young Master Su, please come with me and rest for a while. I will arrange Tianjingchen for you. Su Yu understood the preciousness of the white dust cleansing artifact. Biyun Hongxian might not necessarily carry it with her, so he followed her to a quiet house. The style of the house was elegant and fragrant. It should be for the use of women. Young Master Su, you can treat this as my boudoir for the time being. You can rest here while I report the situation of this plan to my father. As for your assistance, I will explain in detail. This way, you should be able to apply for a grain of heaven's pure dust. Bai Yun Hongxian said, Su Yu's contribution was indispensable for her to come back alive. As his father, who had always doted on him, it wouldn't be a problem for him to ask for a grain of sky-pure dust to repay Suyu. I'll wait for your good news, Suyu said. After watching Biyun Hongxian leave, Suyu checked the condition of his body. Currently, he only had 1.5 strands of the Daylord's energy left in his body. It was enough for him to use the sword of sunrise and dusk at full power once, as well as satisfy his basic combat needs. His body, which he thought would be extremely troublesome, seemed to be able to be solved very quickly. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the soul space between his eyebrows. The human demon and the white bone Daylord's Tao souls were sealed within. The white bone Daylord's soul had already been destroyed to the point where it had lost its will. All that was left was the most primitive soul light. On the other hand, the demonic humans had a complete soul. Of course, being in the soul space was useless. Sensing Su Yu's arrival, the human demon shrank into a corner in fear and said, Holy Body Su, for the sake of the fact that I have never hurt you, please give me a chance to live. I can promise you anything you want. Su Yu replied indifferently, You can live, but you can forget about leaving this place. If he went out, it meant that even more creatures would be devoured and harmed. Although Su Yu wasn't a merciful person, he still wouldn't release a demon to harm the world. The human demon's face turned pale. Saint Physique Su, I really don't dare to do evil anymore. If you don't believe me, I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you and become your slave. In order to survive, the human demon was willing to do anything, even if it was dignity. Su Yu sighed inwardly. The longer a creature lived, the more it treasured its life. An ordinary Tao Lord would rarely become someone else's slave just for the sake of survival. Human devils were beings that had experienced the destruction of an epoch, so they understood the value of life even better. There's no need for a contract. Don't resist. I'll leave a mark in your body, and that will be enough to control your life and death. Su Yu gathered 8 kinds of rules in his palm and condensed them into an 8-colored petal mark, which was embellished between his brows. Although the human demon wanted to resist, he had no choice but to lower his head. These are the seals of the 8 great magical laws of heaven and earth. Once I activate them, they will be destroyed, transforming into world-destroying power. Even if you are a god, a Tao Lord, you will be easily killed. Even sinful girl's powerful and extraordinary domain could be destroyed by the power of world extermination, let alone human devil soul. Human demon rolled his eyes and tried to probe. He was horrified to discover an extremely terrifying destructive power. He sat on the ground with a dejected look on his face. He was really going to be controlled by Suyu forever. Back then, when Suyu woke him up from a deep sleep, he was just a small ant that had just entered the martial emperor realm. After so many years, he had become a prisoner. How the world had changed. Copy your memories for me, Suyu said. Human demon smiled bitterly, adapting to his new identity, and asked, "Which part do you want, master?" The lifetime memories of a Tao Lord were not something Suyu could bear with his current strength. At most, he could only bear a part of them. First, about the stone-birth Son of Heaven. Second, about breaking through to the Tao Lord. Human demon was not surprised. Suyu, who had awakened the sacred mortal body, would clash with the stone-birth Son of Heaven sooner or later. It was normal for him to understand his situation. At the same time, Suyu had also reached the end of the martial emperor realm. It was time to seek a breakthrough to the Tao Lord. He copied the relevant memories and gave them to Suyu. After receiving the memories, Suyu left the soul dimension and immediately began to digest the 2 memories. At the same time, in the center of the mansion of the number 1 peerless family, in the center of a huge city that was as vast as a 6-star civilization, in a gazebo, Bai Yun Hongxian was playing chess with a golden-eyed middle-aged man. After a while, the outcome of the game was decided. Bai Yun Hongxian was at an absolute disadvantage. "Father, your chess skills are getting better and better." Bai Yun Hongxian sighed and put down the white chess piece, indicating her surrender. The golden-eyed middle-aged man was the master of the number 1 peerless family, the golden-eyed Langjun. It was rumored that his eyes had the ability to connect the future and the past. It was very strange. Once, the number 1 peerless family and the 7th peerless family had a dispute, and the number 1 peerless family was at a disadvantage. In the end, the golden-eyed Langjun used the ability of his eyes to connect the future and the past, summoning the river of time to reverse the outcome, causing the 7th peerless family to suffer unimaginable losses. Since then, the name of the golden-eyed Langjun had spread throughout the world. It's not that my chess skills are good, but that you have something on your mind. The golden-eyed Langjun's temperament was like dust, not revealing his sharpness, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling. Bai Yun Hongxian said calmly, "Father, you know me well. I am thinking of giving Mr. Su, who saved me, a satisfactory reward." The golden-eyed Langjun returned the black and white chess pieces to their positions calmly and said, "Oh, do you know what he wants?" "I know, Tian Jingchen," Bai Yun Hongxian said. "Tian Jingchen?" The golden-eyed Langjun frowned slightly. Bai Yun Hongxian's heart tightened. "I have already promised him in my name." "No," the golden-eyed Langjun said. "It's not that I don't want to give it. Compared to your life, a Tian Jingchen is nothing. But the Tian Jingchen is gone. Don't the family have hundreds of them in storage? How can there be no more?" Bai Yun Hongxian's heart sank. The golden-eyed Langjun said, "In the few years that you were carrying out the plan, the number 1 peerless family and the number 2 peerless family had another conflict because of the broken sky mountain. The 10 great elders and 30 great guests were all injured by the 2nd peerless family's sky shrouding light during the battle. Their bodies suffered incurable injuries. As a last resort, we had to use the Tian Jingchen to forcibly heal our injuries. So, at present, the family has no more Tian Jingchen to give." Bai Yun Hongxian covered her mouth. "How can this be? But I have already promised." The golden-eyed Lang Jun said, "Is he in urgent need of the Tian Jingqin? If he doesn't need it so urgently, we can satisfy his other wishes." Chapter 2173. Hearing this, the golden-eyed man frowned slightly and said, "Then we can only make him wait a little longer. Although we suffered heavy losses in that battle, we still managed to snatch the Broken Sky Mountain in the end. This mountain contains the largest sky crystal mine in the entire 7 absolute civilizations. As long as we wait patiently, it's only a matter of time before we extract new sky pure dust." Bai Yunhong Xian frowned deeply. She found it hard to speak. She had not done what she had promised, and she still had to make Suyu wait. "Can you guarantee that the first grain of clean sky dust will be given to young Master Su?" "No." Golden-eyed Lang Jun shook his head and said, "This time those who were injured by the sky-covering light were not only the elders and guests. Many of our clansmen were injured as well." Bai Yun Hongxian's face turned ugly. Even the amount of sky-pure dust in the mine was limited, and it was impossible for each person to have one. Therefore, it was very likely that they would personally mine it and obtain the sky-pure dust up close. If Suyu waited here, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to obtain the sky-pure dust. "Don't tell me you want him to personally mine the ores?" Bai Yun Hongxian felt even more troubled. The golden-eyed scholar said lightly, "You can only blame yourself for being too firm in your words. Now you can't fulfill your promise to others." Bai Yun Hongxian's face turned red as she replied, "Your daughter has learnt her lesson. Your daughter will handle this matter well." With a vexed look on her face, Bai Yun Hongxian returned to her chamber. At that moment, Su Yu had just finished digesting the 2 sets of memories. He breathed out a mouthful of murky air and murmured, "If I want to break through to the Tao Lord realm, my body, soul, and laws must all be Tao converted." Among them, the spiritual path transformation was the easiest for Suyu. Most of his soul had already been transformed, and he was only a small part away from complete spiritual path transformation. The transformation of the laws into the Tao required a long period of comprehension and could not be rushed. Finally, the Tao transformation of one's body. One's body had to reach the level of a Tao Lord. This wasn't something that could be achieved just by cultivating one's physique. Instead, one had to accept the tempering of the supreme energy of the heavens and the earth in order to succeed. It would not be easy for Suyu to transform his body into the path. According to the memories of the human demon, the supreme power of heaven and earth usually referred to the terrifying power of nature. However, since it was able to refine a Tao body, it was sufficient to show that the might of this energy of nature was comparable to a Tao Lord. It was not easy to find such a place. Just as he was vexed, Bai Yun and Red Deity walked over. Su Yu was filled with anticipation. Could his body finally recover? "Young Master Su, I am incompetent and did not manage to obtain the heaven's pure dust," Bai Yun Hongxian said honestly. He had imagined that Su Yu would fly into a rage, but it did not happen. On the contrary, he calmly asked, "Can you tell me the reason?" Su Yu could hear the remorse in Bai Yun Hongxian's heart. She wasn't trying to act shamelessly, but she had her reasons for doing so. In such a situation, he could still listen to the reason calmly. Hearing this, Bai Yun Hongxian felt even more ashamed and said, "Young Master Su, this is what happened." After hearing this, Su Yu furrowed his brows. He had come at a bad time. "Are there any other dangers within the Broken Heaven Mountain?" Su Yu asked. In order to recover as soon as possible, he didn't mind working hard. Bai Yun Hongxian was too ashamed to show her face as she said, "Is young Master Su going to mine the ores personally? This. How can I endure this?" Not only did she fail to fulfill her promise of the heaven's pure dust, but she also asked Suyu to go there himself. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Only Suyu himself knew that his motives were not pure. The so-called kindness had long been cancelled out. "It's all right, Miss Bai Yin. Can you arrange for me to go to the oars? Suyu asked. Bai Yun Hongxian nodded. That's not a problem, but it's too much for young Master Su. Suyu lightly shook his head. It's all right, Miss Bai Yun. Please arrange it as soon as possible. All right. Bai Yun Hongxian said. The Broken Heaven Mountain, in theory, can only be excavated by the first peerless family. You are an outsider, so you can't enter. So I'll give you an identity. Bai Yun Hongxian took out a blank identity token and carved the words, Young Master Wuchen on it. She handed the identity token to Suyu and said, You can go to the Broken Heaven Mountain as my distant cousin. What she meant was that from now on, Suyu had become a member of the first peerless family. He stared at the identity token, deep in thought. You don't think the identity is good enough? Then changed to another one. Bai Yun Hongxian saw that Suyu's expression was not right. Suyu pointed at the 4 words on the identity token and said, There's no problem with the identity, but why young Master Wuchen? Bai Yun Hongxian covered her mouth and smiled lightly. She calmly said, I think young Master Su is a person with a heart free from the mortal world. So, I named you young Master Wuchen. She must have thought that Suyu was handsome, like an otherworldly immortal, right? Unfortunately, the truth was the opposite. The most difficult thing for him to get rid of was the mortal world. Thank you. Bai Yun Hongxian heaved a sigh of relief. She had thought that young Master Su was indifferent and would say something unpleasant. She didn't expect him to be so considerate. When can we set off? Wait for another month. The Broken Heaven Mountain is at the border of the first peerless family and the second peerless family. It will take the Path Master 20 years to get there, Bai Yun Hongxian said. The first peerless family usually uses the Wanzhong beast. The nearest Wanzhong beast will take another month to reach here. Suyu was slightly surprised. Coincidentally, he had just learned about the Wanzhong beast from the human demon's memory. The Wanzhong beast was a very common space divine beast in the last era. When they bred, they usually bred a male and a female at the same time. Between the male and female Wanzhong beasts, no matter how far apart they were, they could sense each other. Moreover, they would try their best to travel through space to reach each other. Using this characteristic, people could fix one of them in a certain place, and the other would go there on its own initiative. People would stay in the body and complete the space travel. In the last era, there were very few transportation portals because they had all been replaced by the Wanzhong beast. Not only was it extremely fast, but it could also be used repeatedly, as expected of a continent-level 7-star civilization. Things from the last era still existed. For the remaining month, you can walk around the mansion of the first peerless family. If you need anything, just let me know, Bai Yun Hongxian said. Suyu nodded. Thank you, Miss Hongxian. Under her arrangements, Suyu stayed in a villa not far away. He immediately went into seclusion, trying to condense the domain in preparation for the breakthrough to the Pathmaster. At the same time, in a room in the mansion of the first peerless family, a figure exuding a vicious aura appeared. He slammed the table angrily. What did you say? The young mistress let a man stay in her boudoir? Yes, Gesku. The eyes of the vicious figure were bloodshot. Didn't the young mistress say that she wasn't interested in men? Now, how could she let a man she just met stay in her boudoir? I wanted to enter, but she wouldn't let me. Chapter 2174. In the end, you just look down on me, don't you? Guest Gu was unusually indignant. The informant kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say a word. This guest Elder Gu was an extraordinary young, half-step Tao Lord. Supposedly, he'd only cultivated for 300 years. He had already completed his deification, and there was a high chance that he would become a Taoist lord in his lifetime. The patriarch felt that he was a talent and recruited him to join the ranks of the foreign officials. However, this guest Gu was not content with his lot. He had always wanted to marry the young lady and inherit the number 1 peerless clan. However, the young miss had high standards and did not take it to heart. Now that he suddenly heard that a young lady who was not close to men had brought a man into her room, he was naturally furious. "What's his name?" "Su Rushu, surnamed Su." Guest Gu's eyes were filled with disgust. "I hate people with the surname Su the most in my life. Why has he come to our number 1 peerless clan?" "I heard that it's for the sky, cleansing dust." Guest Gu pondered and said, "There is no more heaven's pure dust, and there are many people who need it. They have already personally gone to the broken sky mountain to dig for it. If he wants it, he can only dig for it himself." With this in mind, Guest Gu raised his hand and took out a piece of jade. After typing a few words into it, he crushed it. The message in the jade piece turned into a ripple that spread into the distance. "You want to obtain the sky pure dust? It's not that easy." A month's time passed in a flash. The progress of Su Yu's great path transformation was extremely slow. The first thing he tried was the law of time, but he only completed less than 1/10,000,000th of it. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes, and exhaustion flashed across his eyes. "It really isn't easy to form a domain," Su Yu muttered. "In the demonic human's memories, even a genius with excellent comprehension would need at least 100 years to complete the Tao transformation of the nomological laws and form a domain. Moreover, that was only the laws that they cultivated, and they were merely ordinary laws. For someone like Su Yu, who cultivated the 8 great laws, it was 100 times more difficult for him to achieve the path transformation. Success was easier said than done. Su Yu was not discouraged, even though he had encountered such a huge challenge on his first attempt. The simultaneous deification of the 8 great laws was unprecedented. It was destined that it could not be achieved through normal means. After his body transformed into the Tao, he would think of ways to transform the Tao into the nomological laws. Dong dong. At this moment there was a knock on the door. It was by Yun Hongxian. A month had passed, and she had come to warn Su Yu. "Mr. Su, the Wanzong show has arrived." Su Yu opened the door and said, "All right." Under his lead, they came to a place where space was shattered. It was densely packed, like a spider web. Moreover, the spatial crack was still expanding. It seemed like something was about to come out. Without a doubt, it was the Wanzong beast. In front of the space, there were already many people waiting to ride the Wanzong beast. They were all branches of the number 1 peerless clan. The number 1 peerless family had multiplied until now. How many years had it been since they spread their branches and leaves, giving birth to countless descendants? Within the territory of the number 1 peerless family, 1% of the population was a branch of the number 1 peerless family. The number of people could not be said to be small. Seeing the arrival of Bai Yun and Hongxian, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, miss." As a branch family, they had a bone-deep reverence for the main family. Bai Yun Hongxian nodded indifferently, and after that he ignored them and explained to Su Yu how to ride the Wanzong beast, as well as the things to take note of when breaking the crippled Heaven Mountain. His words were very polite, as if he was talking to an elder. This scene caused many people to be astonished. They didn't understand. Who was Su Yu? How could he be treated like this by the miss? Only a few people knew that Su Yu had killed the White Bone Pathmaster with a single sword strike. It hadn't been spread, so they didn't know what was going on. The heavenly pure dust is known as the hardest object in the 7 unique civilizations. Ordinary treasures can't break it. Only a special shovel can dig it. As Bai Yun Hongxian spoke, a dark golden shovel appeared in her hand. "This dark golden shovel is specially used by me. As compensation, I'll give it to you." Su Yu took it, puzzled. They were both mining, so what did it have to do with shovels? However, the people who saw the scene exploded on the spot. "Oh my God! The flowing gold shovel is the fairy embryo Taoist artifact that the miss carries with her. It's known as the sharpest shovel. With it in hand, The speed of mining is more than 3 times that of others. But why would the mist give it to this human? Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly startled. He looked at Bai Yun Hongxian with gratitude in his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a cracking sound. The spiderweb-like cracks in space finally shattered, revealing a rather large black giant. At first glance, it looked like a stone. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a stone with countless space wings. It looked around with its black and white eyes, then shrank back and prepared to leave. Now, Bai Yun Hongxian said. Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and immediately jumped onto the Wanzong beast. The rest of the people climbed onto the Wanzong beast one after another and followed it through space. Su Yu only felt that everything in front of him was pitch black, and the space around him was changing at an incredible speed. In terms of speed, it was even faster than the Luo Ho that he had ridden on. However, the Wanzong beast could only carry out short-distance space teleportation. It couldn't be like the Luo Ho, which could travel endless distances. Even in the previous era, the Wanzong beast could only be used for short-distance teleportation. Half a day later, Su Yu suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere had changed. There was a holy and peaceful aura in the air. At the same time, the space around him suddenly shattered. They left the space with the Wanzong beast and arrived at a strange place. Here, the sky was broken and the earth was broken. Desolation and desolation were everywhere. The sky was gray, and the sun was covered by endless dust. A sense of desolation welled up in his heart. However, on the contrary, at the end of the world, there was a pure white mountain that emitted a holy and peaceful aura. The mountain looked like an iceberg from afar. It was crystal clear and exceptionally beautiful. Before he got close, Su Yu felt that the injuries in his body were showing signs of improvement. The heavenly pure ore. Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. This mountain could produce several grains of heavenly pure dust every year. With a flowing gold shovel in his hand, he might be able to dig it up. Before coming, Su Yu had already learned about the relevant matters of mining. After jumping off the Wanzong beast, he came to the front of the heavenly pure Oregon. From a distance, the heavenly pure ore did not look big. In fact, in terms of size, it was not much smaller than a 4-star civilization. At the foot of the mountain, there was a rather large town. It was naturally formed by the people who mined here all year round. Not only were there people from the first Peerless family, but there were also remnants of the second Peerless family secretly operating. They had been defeated by the first Peerless family, but they had never intended to give up. There had always been people operating in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to snatch back the broken heaven mountain. Therefore, the first Peerless family was always on guard. Chapter 2175. Every one of them was at the level of a Pathmaster. There were as many as 10 foreign officials. Those foreign officials weren't ordinary half-step Pathmasters either. They were either Taoified physically or Taoified spiritually, and some of them had even condensed domains. It was impossible to take back the number 1 Peerless family without putting in some effort. In order to guard against them, all those who entered the heavenly pure mine had to be identified by the foreign officials and strictly obey their orders. Otherwise, they had the right to kill them on the spot. The rules were so strict that the newcomers had no choice but to be obedient. At the entrance of the town, a foreign official in his 30s had set up a table and was sitting casually in front of it, checking the identities of those who entered one by one. The newcomer placed his identity token on the table and spat out a mouthful of wine. The token would react accordingly. If it was a genuine identity token, it would emit a faint blue light in the wine. If it was a fake token, it would emit a red light. Su Yu waited patiently in line. At that moment, a calm-looking, curly-bearded man took out his identity token and placed it on the table. The foreign official glanced at him and asked calmly, "Where are you from?" "Yuqiong Mountain, from Lingnan." The foreign official looked at the 2 words Black Wolf on it and spat out a mouthful of wine without saying a word. When the wine was sprinkled on it, the two words Black Wolf immediately emitted a faint blue light. The token was undoubtedly genuine. The curly-bearded man grabbed the token and walked into the town expressionlessly. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when the token emitted a conspicuous red light. The curly-bearded man's face stiffened, and he said in surprise, What's going on? My token is genuine. The foreign official smiled insincerely and said, You don't have to pretend any more. It's not the first time that the people of the number 2 Peerless family stole the token of the number 1 Peerless family to bluff their way through. In the past, the elders were busy and had no time to deal with you. But now, we've found a new way. As long as you don't have the bloodline of the number 1 Peerless family, hold the token that has been sprayed with wine, and it will immediately release a red envelope. Upon hearing that, the curly-bearded man's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he took a step forward. His identity was self-evident. He really was from the number 2 Peerless family. The foreign official couldn't be bothered to chase after him. He just stared at his back with a cold smile. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp blade ray shot out from the city and split the curly-bearded man in two from a great distance away. The bloody mist soared into the sky, covering the broken gray sky with a layer of dazzling red. Next, the guest chamberlain sneered at the crowd. The expressions of some of them changed, and they all found excuses to leave the group. In an instant, no less than 10 people left one after another. The guest chamberlain couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. There were many similar people in the city. Who would have the time to take them seriously? The next one was Suyu. He frowned slightly and took out his young master dustless token. If what this guest chamberlain said was true, he probably wouldn't be able to pass the test either. After all, he did not possess the bloodline of the number 1 Peerless clan. However, after looking at the token, the foreign chamberlain's gaze became unfathomable. After staring at Suyu for a while, he slowly said, Since it's an identity badge that was personally given to you by the young miss, there's no need to check it. Go in. Only then did Suyu heave a sigh of relief. The foreign chamberlain stared at Suyu's back as he entered, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He muttered, If you had stayed in the mansion, no one would have been able to do anything to you. Yet you had to be so reckless and come to the broken Tianqin mountain. Shaking his head, he continued with the test as if nothing had happened. After entering the city, Suyu immediately reported to the city master. Just as he had said before, anyone who wanted to enter the Sky Pure Mine to mine had to go through the local guest's arrangements. The local city lord was a guest elder. His position was ranked first among the 30 guests of the number 1 Peerless clan. He was a being whose body and soul had been transformed. His abilities were no small matter. Among the half-path masters, there should be few who could contend with him. Greetings, Guest Lu. Suyu came to the guest's mansion and paid his respects. The guest looked to be in her 60s, and she was a woman. Her looks weren't particularly outstanding, and she looked old. The most unique thing about her was that there was a plum blossom mark on the left side of her face. It was bright red, as if it had been drawn with blood. Raise your head. Guest Lu was leisurely embroidering needlework. Hearing that, she looked at Suyu. Suyu was puzzled. He raised his head and found that Guest Lu was looking at him with a strange expression. Her gaze was filled with amazement and a hint of passion. She put down the needlework in her hands, walked over and looked at Suyu up close. She nodded from time to time and praised, Not bad, not bad. As she spoke, she extended her finger and tapped Suyu's shoulder. Suyu frowned slightly and dodged. He said, Guest Lu, I'm here to mine. Please make the arrangements. What's the hurry? Guest Lu sat down again, unhurriedly. She said meaningfully, This mine is divided into those that are easy to mine and those that are difficult to mine, and those that are flourishing and dried up. Which part of the Sky Pure Mine do you want to mine? The Sky Pure Mine had been excavated by 2 aristocratic families. Part of it had long been emptied and dried up. Naturally, there wouldn't be any sky pure mine left. Suyu said, "Of course, I want to mine the flourishing area." He vaguely had a bad feeling about this. The way this woman was looking at him was not normal. But there are so many people mining the sky pure mine. Not everyone can mine that flourishing area, right? Guest Lu looked at Suyu and said meaningfully. Suyu creased his brows and said, "Guest Lu, if you have something to say, why don't you say it?" "Haha, I like straightforward people," Guest Lu said with a smile. "I lost my husband a long time ago and am all alone. Every night I feel lonely and empty. I need someone to accompany me at night to relieve my boredom. I wonder if you are willing." Guest Lu said, "If you are willing, I can arrange for you to go to a newly excavated area. That place has the most sky pure mine." Before she finished speaking, Suyu's face turned green. She wanted him to sell his body in exchange for a better mining location? Fine. If the other party was a charming and enchanting beauty, even though he wouldn't agree, he would at least feel better. But to be forced by an old woman who looked like she was in her 60s, this really gave him goosebumps. "Guest Lu, please arrange a random mining location for me." "I'm not picky," Suyu said hurriedly. If he chose a bad mining location, he could still think of a way to get the sky pure mine. But if he lost his innocence, he would never be able to get it back. Hearing this, Guest Lu's smiling face turned green at once. Her eyes were threatening. "I'll give you one last chance. Accompany me for a night, and I'll guarantee that you'll get to the best mining location." Chapter 2176. Suyu calmly said, I'm not picky about mines." He finally made his stance clear, his expression determined. Lu Qing's eyes flashed with anger. "Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Tomorrow, go to the East mining area." The East mining area had already been mined during the Second Absolute time period. Later, it was mined by the First Absolute family. The heavenly pure, or inside, could be said to have been completely mined, with not even a speck of residue left. "Fine." Suyu was expressionless, turning to leave. His reputation was more important than not being able to mine anything. "Wait." Lu Qing sneered. "Mining is not without requirements. You must hand in 100 pounds of pure, heavenly pure, or every day. If you do not meet the requirements, it means you are not serious about mining. At that time, your right to mine will be revoked, and you can scram back to where you came from." She paused, then added, "No matter who recommended you, now that you are here, even if you are a dragon, you have to bow down." Objectively speaking, the Broken Sky Mountain was still in the midst of a war. The person in charge of this place had the feeling that a general could not obey the emperor's orders when he was outside. As long as Suyu did not fulfill the requirements and was stripped of his right to mine, even the golden-eyed Lang Jun would have nothing to say. "I think the East mining area is pretty good," Suyu calmly said. "I don't need Lu Qing to worry about me." After saying this, he left with his hands behind his back, leaving Lu Qing in a rage. "Bastard! You're really, as Guest Gu said, you're not even a thing." Lu Qing coldly grunted. "It is your good fortune that I like you, but you have ruined my heart. I will not forgive you. Don't you like the East mining area? Fine. Let's see how you dig." After Suyu left, he came to a shop in the town. The shop specialized in selling all kinds of information, especially information about mines. It was more detailed. "Customer, what do you need?" The shopkeeper was a beautiful woman in palace attire, her smile revealing her pearly white teeth. She had a shrewd look on her face. Suyu said, "Information about mines." The beautiful woman looked Suyu up and down, then said with a smile, "Then, may I ask which mine you are in charge of?" "East Mine." The beautiful woman's expression changed unnaturally when she heard this, and she said, "Eastern or mine? But the mines there have already been dug clean, so why would honored guest Lu still assign people there?" Suyu calmly looked at him and said, Are you trying to sell something, or are you trying to get to the bottom of it? The beautiful woman immediately apologized. I'm sorry. What I meant was that you should ask guest Venerable Lu to change to another area. There really are no ores to dig there. She shook her head regretfully and said, The information on the Easter mine is from 2 months ago. Are you sure you still need it? Hand it over. Therefore, the beautiful woman had no choice but to sell the relevant information to him at the price of 100,000 Dao coins. Looking at Su Yu leave with the documents in his hands, the beautiful woman in the palace dress frowned slightly. Why would guest Lu arrange for someone to go to the abandoned East Mine? Have the clan elders and guest elders in the town noticed anything? The next morning, Su Yu arrived at the entrance of the mine. The entire mine was sealed off by the formation that the Dao masters had set up together. The huge formation only left a passageway at the entrance of the mine for people to enter and exit. There were 10 guest elders and 1 clan elder overseeing the place. One of the guest elders held a scroll in his hand. On it were the names of the people who had come to dig, as well as the area they were heading to. Su Yu waited patiently in line, thinking that he was the only one heading to the East Mine. But one after another, he heard that 3 people were heading to the East Mine. Could it be that they have also offended Foreign Minister Lu, which is why they were sent here? Su Yu was slightly surprised. Su Yu East Mine, the guest elder muttered indifferently. Su Yu came back to his senses and immediately walked forward, stepping into the formation. At once, the power of space transportation sent Su Yu directly to the East Mine. Looking around, the East Mine had been dug out until it was completely empty. Even the ground had been dug out hundreds of feet deep. There was no pure sky or left to dig. Su Yu held the flowing gold shovel and sighed helplessly. I'm afraid I'll have to let down Biyun Hongxian's good intentions. I have nowhere to use this shovel. He glanced at the bottomless pits all around him. Su Yu tapped the 9 jade spiritual pearl with his finger, and Xiao Dai suddenly appeared. She was holding a writing brush in her hand, concentrating on practicing her calligraphy. She was displeased to be called out so abruptly. Annoying mortal. Hey, what is this place? As she spoke, she suddenly sensed something and immediately looked around. Her crystal eyes flickered with surprise and desire. Su Yu took in her expression and said, I brought you to a good place to hunt for treasures. Specially, do you think I'll believe you? Xiao Dai looked as if she had seen through him. Su Yu shrugged and said, I'll just send you back. Xiao Dai snorted bashfully. I'm already here. As she spoke, she gently sniffed and jumped into a very ordinary pit. This pit had been dug out, so it would be difficult to find pure sky or inside. But Xiao Dai's gaze was fixed in one direction, and she punched it. Crack! The wall of the pit was punched, creating a 10-foot-long hole. Deep within the hole, a faint, pure, and holy light filled the air. Su Yu moved closer to take a look and was slightly surprised. There was a fist-sized pure sky, or inside, weighing about 2 to 3 pounds. But would a mere pure sky or pique Xiao Dai's interest? Obviously not. Sure enough, Xiao Dai did not even look at the pure sky organ. The virtual image of a giant 9-colored butterfly appeared behind her. The butterfly's wings flapped, and the whole pit rumbled. The 100-foot-tall wall was completely shattered. Pieces of pure sky, or that had not been dug out, fell out one after another. Su Yu waved his palm and used space energy to take out all the ore. Suddenly, he had 70 to 80 pounds of it. It wouldn't be long before he reached the 100-pound task. However, with the collapse of the wall, a hidden passageway was suddenly revealed. The passageway had not been artificially opened, but had appeared a long time ago. Judging from the traces of excavation, it had been here for a long time. Xiao Dai quickly walked inside, looking very expectant. There was good stuff inside. Su Yu immediately followed her inside. As they went deeper, more and more pure sky ore appeared along the way. In the end, the whole cave was filled with pure sky ore. Suyu casually collected some, and there were hundreds of thousands of pounds of it. When they reached the end of the cave, there was a huge, natural, pure sky, Oregon. Its entire body was crystal clear, like a piece of colored glass. Through the pure sky, or they could see the other side. When they fixed their eyes on it, it turned out to be an extremely spacious, man-made tomb chamber. Everything in the chamber was made of pure sky, Oregon. One could even see the graceful figure in the coffin through the tomb chamber. What moved Suyu even more was that the forehead of the figure in the coffin was emitting a dazzling white light, like the sun. Pure sky dust, Suyu said to himself. But before Suyu and the others could do anything, there was a sudden movement in the tomb chamber. From another angle, 3 people suddenly walked out. Those 3 people were the same people who had been sent to the East Mining area. Chapter 2177. It's them. Suyu was secretly surprised. He had been able to find this place because of Xiao Dai, who is naturally sensitive to treasures. But those 3 people couldn't possibly have Xiao Dai, could they? We'll continue today. If we persist for another half a month, we'll be able to open this sky pure or coffin. Among the 3, there was a woman. At first glance, Suyu found her familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he wasn't sure. Of the other 2, one was a hale and hearty old man, and the other was a young man. The hale and hearty old man looked at the sky pure or coffin with a look of deep anticipation. Fortunately, the people from the first peerless family did not discover the existence of the tomb chamber inside this mine. From their tone, they were not from the first peerless family. They were probably from the second peerless family. They might have discovered the existence of this tomb chamber when they were excavating it previously, but they had kept the news a secret. So the first peerless family still did not know of the existence of this tomb chamber. At that moment, the young man said, "I heard from Sister Fan that guest Lu sent a young man here. Could it be that our little tricks over the years have been discovered?" Hearing that, the faces of the 2 people tightened slightly, and they could not help but worry. It's hard to say. The hale and hearty old man looked worried. This person's arrangement was too sudden, right before we were about to open the coffin. It's too much of a coincidence. The woman did not think so. She said, "I think there's no need to worry too much. We all know what kind of person guest Lu is. And my sister said that the young man who was sent here is extraordinarily handsome." The woman smiled faintly. "I think guest Lu probably failed to obtain her, so he was punished to come to the East Mining area." Hearing that, the other 2 people heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I hope so." In front of the crystal mine, Xiao Dai turned her head and looked Suyu up and down suspiciously. She wanted to laugh, but had to pretend to be noble and reserved. "Don't think too much. I will definitely not lose my chastity to her." The blue veins on Suyu's forehead throbbed. "Buffed." Xiao Dai finally could not help but burst out laughing. Fortunately, the sky pure or had a strong isolation effect. Otherwise, those people would have noticed. To think that you would have such a day. Xiao Dai was gloating over Suyu's misfortune. There weren't many people who could defeat Suyu. Suyu was speechless. He glared at her and said, "Be serious. Do you also feel that the coffin is unusual?" Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "To be more precise, there's something extraordinary on that corpse. I want to eat it. Is it that sky-cleansing dust?" Xiao Dai said, "No, that thing should be even more accurate than the sky-pure dust." Looking at the 3, Xiao Dai asked, "Do you have the confidence to deal with them?" It could be seen that she was very anxious and wanted to take action immediately. "It won't be difficult to deal with them. However, I don't have much Tao Lord energy left in me, and the more I use, the less it will be. If there's no need, it's best not to waste it." Xiao Dai thought for a moment and lied down on the crystal mine. She leisurely squinted her eyes and said, "Let's wait for them to leave." The 2 of them waited patiently. The 3 of them didn't leave until the mining time was up. Dong, Xiao Dai could not wait to destroy the Skypure and immediately jumped in. Su Yu entered immediately and came before the coffin. Previously, when the Skypure was isolated, he could not feel anything. But now, at such a close distance, he could vaguely feel an evil intent that made his heart flutter. Through the Skypure coffin, he could vaguely see a figure with 4 arms and 4 legs. He had never heard of it before. Then I'll get to work. Xiao Dai gritted her teeth, but she was worried about Su Yu. She said unnaturally, "Can you turn around and not look?" She seemed to think that gnawing on something was rather unsightly. Su Yu rolled his eyes. "I watched you grow up. Do you need to avoid me when you eat?" Hearing that, Xiao Dai frowned. "I don't know why, but I have an urge to get angry." Why did it feel like she had been raised by Su Yu like a daughter? "Haha, let's dig." Su Yu laughed and began to observe the coffin. He found that outside of the Skypure there was a layer of strange rippling light. The rippling light kept changing, and it seemed to be an ordinary isolation seal. Su Yu pondered for a moment. If it was really an ordinary seal, why would the 3 of them need to dig for half a year? As he was thinking, Xiao Dai had already begun to chew on it. However, she, who could bite through anything in the past, only managed to make the seal shake. She opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" In shock, she bit down again. All of a sudden, something strange happened. A powerful arc of light shot out from the seal, carrying with it a terrifying, destructive power. It was no less powerful than a full-force blow from a Path Master. Xiao Dai was caught off guard and was about to be hit by the arc of light. "Be careful." At the critical moment, Su Yu, who was already prepared, immediately took out the 30-foot small world and pulled Xiao Dai into his arms. Bang! Just as Xiao Dai was being pulled over, the arc of light struck. The entire 30-foot small world trembled from the impact. Fortunately, once it entered the small world, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. Phew! Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief and put Xiao Dai down. Her face was slightly pale, and there was a lingering fear in her eyes. It had been too dangerous, just now. Just a little more, and she would have been reduced to ashes. "Hide behind me. I'll check the seal carefully." Su Yu's eyes shone with purple light. "Freeze!" With a command, the entire formation immediately froze in place. Su Yu's scalp went numb when he looked at it. It was only then that he saw clearly that it wasn't just one seal, but tens of thousands of seals mixed together. Among them, there were several extremely ancient and powerful seals that were still operating. Xiao Dai could bite through 1 seal, 10 seals, or even 100 seals. However, it would take her a considerable amount of time to bite through 10,000 seals that were combined into one. Moreover, the 3 ancient seals inside were no trivial matter. The 3 ancient seals had been through the vicissitudes of time, and their power had been greatly weakened. They were not even 1/100th of their original power. Even so, once they were touched, they could still explode with a Pathmaster level attack. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the 3 seals were in their original state. Similarly, after countless years, the 10,000 seals still possessed the power of a half-step Pathmaster level. At their peak, they were probably no weaker than a Dao Lord. Su Yu's expression became grave as he stared at the figure in the Skypure coffin. He felt that it was better not to open the Skypure coffin. After the experience of waking up the human demon, Su Yu knew that there were many powerful and extraordinary beings hidden in the world before the end of the world. They might be quite evil, so it was best not to touch them. "Xiao Dai, is the thing inside very important to you?" Su Yu asked in a serious voice. Xiao Dai thought for a moment, then said, "Yes, it's very important. I think if I eat it, I might evolve again." Evolve again. She had evolved 3 times, hadn't she? If she evolved again, what kind of being would she be? "Su Yu, please help me. Ever since the last evolution, there has been a vague voice in my head telling me to go back quickly," Xiao Dai said. "I didn't want to care about it at first, but I don't know why that voice keeps appearing. so I can't help but care about it. However, there are no hints about where to go back to. I think if I evolve again, I might get the answer. Oh, there was a voice in her head. As a mutated, 9-colored chaos butterfly, her evolution was indeed quite strange. Normal, 9-colored chaos butterflies were born in human form, and as they evolved, they eventually became butterflies. Xiao Dai was the opposite. Moreover, why was she in the seed of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? Where did she come from? Where did the voice in her head lead her back to? Looking at Xiao Dai's distressed expression, Su Yu's heart softened. All right, but you and I shouldn't take any more risks. His eyes shone. Those 3 can dig the coffin, but they are not affected. Why don't we let them dig it first before we act? Yes, I'll listen to you. Xiao Dai was unusually obedient. Su Yu and Xiao Dai left through the hole. Of course, before leaving, they sealed the sky pure or mine to prevent the 3 people from noticing. They left the mine and returned to the town. Before walking out of the exit, they heard a stern reprimand. You're late. When they opened their eyes, it was Guest Lu. He was sitting on a wooden armchair, collecting the sky pure or mine from the people leaving the mine. When he saw Su Yu, he immediately frowned and scolded him. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. I found some good ores, so I dug for a while longer. What's the matter? Would I be disqualified if I came out a moment later? In the mine, there were countless miners. It would take a while just to queue up and leave. How could everyone leave on time? If he was expelled from the mine because of this reason, the golden-eyed Lang Jun would be dissatisfied. Guest Lu narrowed his eyes. There were not many people who dared to contradict him. Su Yu was one of them. Are you done digging? Guest Lu stared at Su Yu with a cold gaze. The thread in her eyes was thick. She did not believe that Su Yu could really dig 100 ores in the east mining area. The mines there had long been emptied. Even if he could find a few pieces of ores, they would not exceed 5 pounds. 100 pounds of ores, he could forget about it. I'm done. However, Su Yu's reply stunned Guest Lu. She asked, Are you done digging? Su Yu did not say a word. He threw a small bag that was specially used to contain the sky pure or onto the table. The sturdy table was smashed by this throw, and a small hole was formed. Guest Lu was skeptical. When she opened the small bag to take a look, her expression immediately changed. Surprise, suspicion, and deep doubt. How did you get here? Speak. Guest Lu put down the bag and stared at Su Yu, her expression demanding an answer. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. What do you think? Chapter 2178. Steel. Su Yu's eyes glowed coldly. Without another word, he took out 1,000 kilograms of heavenly crystal ore from his space storage device. The few guests nearby, and even the miners who had yet to leave, were all shocked. 1,000 kilograms? Even in the area with the most mining, no one can mine 1,000 kilograms in a day. That can't be true, right? The eastern mining areas ore has long been depleted. Even if there was more, there shouldn't be more than 1,000 kilograms. Furthermore, even if there was so much, how did he mine it? With the hardness of the heavenly crystal, or could a normal person mine more than 1,000 kilograms in a day? Obviously not. Guest Lu was also stunned, his face filled with astonishment. How could there be so much heavenly crystal ore in the eastern mining area? Now, tell me, who did I steal 1,000 kilograms of heavenly crystal ore from? No one could mine 1,000 kilograms in a day, much less in the eastern mining area. There were not many people there, and the total amount of ore they dug could not possibly reach 1,000 kilograms. So it could not have been stolen. Guest Lu squinted. Fine. Even if you did not steal it, can you explain the source of the heavenly crystal ore? Su Yu calmly said, Is there a need for me to explain? I don't remember miners having to provide information about their mining process to guest elders. There were always good and bad spots in the mines. It was human nature to hide a good spot and mine it yourself. Thus, There was no rule in the mines that one had to explain the mining process. The task of a guest was to arrange for people to dig at a certain spot, then count the amount of or that these people dug every day. As for the other matters, they did not interfere. "I am a guest," Guest Lu said seriously. Su Yu's eyes were filled with disdain. "Wait until you become the master of a family." As he spoke, he put away the 1,000 kilograms of ore, leaving the 100 kilograms behind. "If there is no problem with the ore, then I will take my leave." He did not pay any attention to him, swaggering off. The greatest power of a guest was to decide on the location of the mine. Su Yu no longer cared about the mine. Her so-called intimidation was just empty talk. Guest Lu watched as Su Yu left, his eyes gradually turning cold. "In the Broken Heaven Mountain, there is no one I cannot deal with." Guest Lu was truly furious. He was no longer just helping Guest Gu make things difficult for him. He wanted to punish Su Yu himself. Su Yu had no idea about this. However, he was on guard. After returning to his residence, Su Yu quietly rested. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw a slightly familiar person. Thinking carefully, wasn't it the woman in the palace dress who sold the information? "What's the matter?" Su Yu had some guesses as to why he had come. The beautiful woman in palace attire smiled lightly. "Naturally, I have something good to say. That's why I dared to disturb young Master Wuchen." "Tell me about it," Su Yu said. The beautiful woman's eyes gleamed. "Young Master Wuchen, are you sure you want to say it here?" She looked around and saw that many people in the corridor were staring at them. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside. "Come in." After both of them sat down, Su Yu said, "Let's get straight to the point. I wish to buy the excess sky pure or in young master, dustless hands," said the beautiful woman in palace attire. Su Yu's expression was indifferent. His purpose of coming was just as he had imagined. "If this is your only motive, then please leave," Su Yu said calmly. He did not lack Dao coins, so there was no need for him to exchange for the Sky Pure Oregon. The Sky Pure ore was quite popular in the 7 ultimate civilizations, and it could be used to exchange for many precious things that couldn't be bought with path coins. The beautiful woman in palace attire didn't look disappointed. Instead, she smiled mysteriously. "Then I'll change the deal again." "Speak," Su Yu said. The beautiful woman in palace attire said meaningfully, "I see that although your cultivation is half a path master, your body hasn't been transformed into the path, right?" There was a hint of mystery in her tone, which made people think deeper. Su Yu's eyes flickered slightly. "Speak if you have something to say." "Hee. As you know, I sell information, so I have a lot of insider information that only a few people know about." The beautiful woman in palace attire stared into Su Yu's eyes and enunciated each word clearly. "Recently, I received a piece of important news. Somewhere in the Broken Heaven Mountain, there's a wave of supreme power of heaven and earth that is about to erupt. I don't think I need to explain what the supreme power of heaven and earth is used for, right?" Su Yu was tempted. The transformation of the body into the path could only be completed by tempering the supreme power of heaven and earth. However, the supreme power of heaven and earth could only be encountered by chance. Now, there was a place that was about to erupt, which was really a pleasant surprise. "Is what you said true?" Su Yu asked. The beautiful woman in palace attire said, "Absolutely true. When the time comes, I'll go there myself. If I don't have it by then, you don't have to give me the heavenly pure Oregon to Su Yu. This wasn't much of a loss." "When is the estimated time of the eruption?" Su Yu asked. The beautiful woman in palace attire said, "According to the information I've gathered, it should be sometime in half a month." "Half a month?" The heavenly pure, or coffin, had just opened, so the timing was just right. "All right. How much heavenly pure, or do you plan to collect?" 100,000 caddies. Su Yu frowned deeply. "Are you kidding me? Where can I conjure 100,000 caddies of heavenly pure ore?" I can give you 1,000 caddies at most. He didn't really care about 100,000 caddies of heavenly pure Oregon, considering the size of the ancient tomb. The amount of heavenly pure, or in it was more than 1,000,000 caddies. However, if he revealed that he had 100,000 caddies of heavenly pure, or wouldn't it arouse suspicion? He, Your Excellency, you must be joking. An opportunity to transform one's body into Tao is extremely rare, and many half-step Tao lords don't even get the chance to transform their bodies into Tao. So, how could its value be limited to just 1,000 caddies? The beautiful woman in palace attire shook her head. I'll give you a number. 50,000 caddies. 1,000 caddies. 50,000 caddies. 1,000 caddies. The beautiful woman in palace attire stood up and sighed. If Your Excellency isn't sincere, then forget it. Suyu replied calmly, then please go ahead. I believe that apart from me, no one in this mine can give you an extra 1,000 caddies of heavenly pure Oregon. He was speaking the truth. After all, if others could guarantee that they would get good missions every day, why would they want an extra one? The beautiful woman in palace attire stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Suyu. She was slightly discouraged as she said, 2,000 caddies, 1,000 caddies. If you don't want it, then forget it. The beautiful woman in palace attire glared at him angrily. You really have a heart of stone. I can't believe you won't give me an extra caddy. Suyu just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. The beautiful woman in palace attire said helplessly, Fine, 1,000 caddies it is. I'll contact you when the time comes. After exchanging communication magical artifacts, they bid farewell to each other. Suyu looked at the beautiful woman's departing back and muttered to himself thoughtfully, Why did the world's most powerful force just happen to appear in the Broken Heaven Mountain? She probably didn't just sell this information to me, did she? After sending her off, Suyu was just about to close his eyes and meditate. All of a sudden, someone knocked on his door. Chapter 2179. He was in his early 30s, handsome and elegant, and had a gentle and refined temperament. But Suyu did not realize that when Byun Hongxian had given him the flowing gold shovel, he had attracted suspicious looks. At that moment, he was beaming with joy and was extremely polite. He cupped his fists and said, Congratulations, Mr. Wuchen. You were able to excavate such a large sky, clean mine in a wasteland. Suyu's expression was calm as he said, I was just lucky. Who are you? Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am Tian Yunzhong, also from the number 1 peerless family, Wanzhongshou. We met once before, he introduced himself. Suyu nodded slightly and said, I see. Your Excellency, why have you come here? Do you have any advice for me? Haha, the mine I excavated almost failed to complete today's task. How could I have the face to teach Mr. Wuchen? Tian Yunzhong laughed self-mockingly. Suyu's expression was calm. Then why are you here today? Tian Yunzhong chuckled and said, I'm here to ask for some mining experience, brother. Hearing that, Suyu said without hesitation, I said I was just lucky. I don't have much experience. But Tian Yunzhong did not seem to hear the distancing in Suyu's words. He said, You must be joking. If you don't have experience, who else in the mine would? Moreover, I know that Mr. Wuchen needs the sky clean dust. I happen to know some news about it. Perhaps we can talk about it. News about the sky clean dust? Had a new one appeared somewhere in the mine? Please come in. Suyu invited him in. The two of them soon began chatting. Suyu was a little surprised. Tian Yunzhong had said that he was here to ask for some mining experience, but his words did not sound very enthusiastic. He was always rambling, only occasionally asking questions. Moreover, he was also hesitant about the news about the sky clean dust. He only said half of it. Suyu felt that he was trying to find something to talk about. Are you stalling for time? After chatting for 2 hours, Suyu interrupted Yunzhong, who was still trying to change the topic and bring up some meaningless topics. His gaze was ice cold. He was sure that Tian Yunjong had come with an ulterior motive, combined with his fear of foreign elder Lu during the day. Su Yu felt that there was an 80 to 90% chance that Tian Yunjong had come under orders to buy time. Indeed, Tian Yunjong was caught off guard. His true intentions were exposed. His eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly said, "Brother Wuchen, what are you saying?" Although he hid it very well, Su Yu still managed to capture the slight flicker. He narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "It's getting late. Please return." However, Tian Yunjong smiled and said, my apologies. Perhaps I have gone off topic. Let's continue chatting about Jingchen. I'm tired. I want to rest. Let's talk next time." Tian Yunjong said stubbornly, "There might not be a chance next time." Su Yu's gaze turned cold. He had repeatedly asked the guest to leave, but the guest had refused to leave. At this point, was there still a need to doubt his motives? He was definitely trying to stall for time. "I will say this one last time. Leave my place, the further the better." Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold light. Feeling the murderous intent that Su Yu was gradually releasing, Tian Yunjong's smile disappeared. He also released his cultivation level. His previously amiable face was suddenly filled with displeasure. "Humph! I came here with good intentions to chat with you, and this is how you treat me? Chat? Ha!" Su Yu laughed coldly, striking out with his palm. He had already struck out, but Tian Yunjong still had no intention of leaving. He struck back with his palm. His intentions had been completely exposed. He wanted to stay in Su Yu's room. No matter what his motives were, Su Yu could not let him stay. "Wuchen, is this how you treat people with good intentions? You really don't know how to behave." Tian Yunjong snorted. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He had always been disdainful of people who lied through their teeth. The aura around his body became fierce. "Since you don't want to leave, then you don't have to," Su Yu said nonchalantly. He had secretly released his heavenly eyes to survey the situation in all directions. As expected, he saw Foreign Minister Lu and a few other foreign ministers rushing toward the inn he was in. Since Tian Yunjong wanted to harm him so badly, Su Yu had no reason to be polite. "Haha, I want to stay. What can you do to me?" Tian Yunjong said disdainfully. "You are just a piece of trash who gained the lady's favor by sucking up to her." He had finally spoken his mind. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Sucking up to him? He really didn't know who had sucked up to whom between him and Byun Hongxian. "I have no intention of chasing you away. Just as I said, you don't have to leave." Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and he activated time and space freeze. Freeze! Tian Yunjong's face still had a look of disdain, but his body and soul were frozen. Su Yu extracted his soul and kept it in the space vortex. He then used the law of death to corrode his body and turn it into ashes. At the same time, he used his life force to erase all the auras in the nearby clouds. Just as he was done, a huge commotion broke out outside the inn. Several powerful auras enveloped the inn, and a spell was cast to seal off the entire inn, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. "There are remnants of the second peerless family here. Everyone, stay in the house and don't come out." Guest Lu raised his voice so that the whole town could hear him. Not only did the people in the inn hear him, but the rest of the people were also alarmed and rushed over. Everyone was shocked. What level of remnants are they? Are they worth sending 5 guests to deal with? Even stranger, how did the guests know that there were remnants here? Honored guest Lu said in a loud voice, "Our people have been lurking in the inn and have discovered some suspicious objects and suspicious people. We are now under orders to arrest them." As she spoke, she and the other guests swooped down, smashing the roof of the house that Su Yu was in, and leaped inside. "How dare you? Hurry up and surrender." Guest Lu didn't even get a clear look at the situation at the scene before he roared. So much so that when she realized that Su Yu was the only one in the house, she was shocked. Where was Tian Yunjong? According to the plan, when they jumped in, Tian Yunjong would throw the loot that he had prepared in the corner of the house. Then they would capture Su Yu together with the loot and capture him. But now, Tian Yunjong was nowhere to be seen. Su Yu was the only one who was calmly leaning against a stone bed, calmly staring at her. Remnant evil? Who are you talking about? The other 4 foreign chamberlains looked suspicious and asked Foreign Chamberlain Liu, "Is your information accurate? Didn't you say that there are remnants here? Are you referring to Mr. Wuchen? But you need evidence, right?" Guest Liu's face turned green and purple. She scanned the surroundings unwillingly, hoping to find some clues. But, unfortunately, the house was very clean, and there was no so-called loot. "Where is he?" Guest Liu stared at Su Yu's face, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that she should not have asked. Chapter 2180. Su Yu squinted his eyes. Her question was enough to prove that this matter was indeed planned by Guest Liu. That Yun Tianzhong was merely a pawn. "Who are you talking about?" Su Yu calmly asked. Guest Liu knew that she had already been exposed, so there was no need to deliberately hide. "Stop playing dumb. Where is Yun Tianzhong? He sent a message saying that there is something suspicious in your house." Su Yu shrugged. "Yun Tianzhong? Who?" "Humph. Don't pretend to be ignorant here." A trace of hostility appeared on Guest Liu's face. Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold light. "You need evidence for everything. Not only did you accuse me of being a descendant of the second peerless family, but you also want me to hand over someone I don't know. Even the family master wouldn't be as arrogant as you, right? Or do you really think that the mine is yours, that you can do whatever you want? If that is the case, I will leave the mine now and report everything that happened today to the master of the family." Hearing her threatening words, the other guests slightly creased their brows. Guest Liu's way of doing things was indeed filled with too many personal emotions and subjective opinions. If this matter were to reach the ears of the master, it would not be good. They were about to persuade Guest Liu, but she stubbornly said, "Who do you think you are to have the right to see the master of the family? If you do not hand over the person today, don't even think about—" She did not continue speaking, but stared unblinkingly at the thing in Su Yu's hands, her expression constantly changing. A golden shovel was swaying in Su Yu's hands. The few guests saw it, and their expressions changed. Flowing gold shovel? In the entire first peerless family, there was only one flowing gold shovel, and it was in the hands of the mistress. How could it appear in Su Yu's hands? At the same time, Su Yu held a video recording Jade Charm in his palm, recording everything that had happened. "I may not have the right to see the master of the family, but I can still see the mistress," Su Yu calmly said. "Continue." Guest Liu secretly clenched her teeth, her heart burning with anger. Holding the flowing gold shovel was enough to show that the mistress had a deep relationship with him. What was so difficult about giving this recording to the golden pupil? "Let's go," Guest Liu said hatefully. She had actually suffered a loss at the hands of a junior. This debt absolutely couldn't be let go of so easily. The few guests left. After a long time, when Su Yu was sure that they would not return, he sat down cross-legged and entered the soul dimension. The soul in the clouds was curled up in a corner, not moving at all. "It seems like I don't need to explain your current situation." Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold starlight. Yun Tianzhong was terrified and remorseful. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Please let me go. I was forced." Forced? Judging from his behavior, it didn't seem like he was forced by anyone at all. Su Yu's gaze was indifferent. "Tell me, what did Guest Liu instruct you to do?" This old woman had dealt with him again and again. If he let it go just like that, it would be really hard for him to feel good. Tian Yunjong said everything he knew. "I was forced by her to frame you as a remnant of the second supreme clan." "Tell me the details." "To be more specific, they want me to go to your residence right now. Then, when they come, they will immediately throw down an item that only belongs to a young master of the second peerless family, and thus frame you. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly. What is it? Take it out. Tian Yunjong nodded and spat out a storage ring from his soul. The starlight flickered, and an oddly shaped earthy yellow dagger appeared in his palm. The dagger didn't have a strong spiritual pressure, and it didn't look like a treasure. Su Yu's eyes shone as he weighed the dagger. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? I want to live. Please give me a way out. Su Yu said calmly. If you want to live, it's very simple. Help me do something. Please tell me. I will definitely help you. Tian Yunjong saw a glimmer of hope, so he naturally spared no effort in seeking survival. Su Yu said calmly, Help me pay back a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Tian Yunjong immediately understood what Su Yu meant and said, You want me to frame Guest Lu? Are you not willing to? Tian Yunjong felt bitter. Was it so easy to frame a Guest Lu? How big of a deal would it be for a Guest Lu to be suspected? At that time, the other guests, and even the elders, would be alerted. His plan of framing Guest Lu would be easily seen through, and he would be in trouble. Moreover, even if the framing was successful, the Guest Lu might not die so quickly. If she didn't die, she would bear a grudge against him. No matter how he looked at it, it was a dead end. But if he didn't agree, he would die right now. I'm willing. I'm very willing, Tian Yunjong said immediately. Su Yu nodded, bringing his soul out of the soul dimension. At the same time, he used his aura to recreate Tian Yunjong's body. Tian Yunjong was shocked by Su Yu's nature-defying methods, staring at his own body in disbelief. Just as he was about to lose control of his soul, he felt a sharp pain in his soul. It was Su Yu. He had placed a finger on the space between his brows, imbuing it with a seal. Don't try to break free of the seal. You will only die faster if you do. Tian Yunjong nodded repeatedly, saying, Please watch my performance next. After informing him of the detailed plan, Tian Yunjong left immediately. Guest Lu returned to his lodging, becoming more and more furious the more she thought about it. Little Wuchen, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will not forgive you. Guest Lu clenched her fists. The fury in her heart came without rhyme or reason. It was clear that she had failed to bully Su Yu, but in her perception, it was she who had been humiliated. Her eyes glowed as she thought about how to proceed. Since she had failed to frame Su Yu, the other party would definitely be on guard if she tried to use other schemes. She had no choice but to use some forceful methods, just as she was thinking. An aura suddenly descended without warning. The person who had arrived was one of the few guest companions who had just left. He had a close relationship with her, and it could be considered a friendship. Honored Guestly, is something the matter? Honored Guest Lu saw his old friend's mysterious look and knew that something must have happened. Thus he asked. Guestly looked left and right, lowering his voice. Someone reported you to the clan elder, saying that you are suspected of colluding with the remnants of the second peerless family. When I received the news, I informed you immediately. Later, the clan elder will definitely summon you for a confrontation. Be careful. Guest Lu was stunned, muttering, Who would dare report me? On the surface of the heaven-breaking, crippled mountain, who would have the guts to report her? Apart from Mr. Wuchen, there was no one else, right? Mr. Wuchen. Guest Lu was furious, as if she had been greatly wronged. Guest Li was stunned. The person who reported you was not Mr. Wuchen, but Tian Yunjong. What? Honored Guest Lu was shocked. She had asked Tian Yunjong to frame Su Yu, but he had disappeared. It turned out that he had gone to report her. Her heart was boiling with anger, feeling that she had been greatly betrayed. I don't think anyone believes his words, right? Guest Lu's face sank. Guest Li hesitated for a moment, saying, the situation may not be optimistic. He claimed to have a dagger that you gave him, and he also said that you might have been bribed by the second peerless family to become a spy. He has other evidence. This matter has alarmed the 3 clan elders and all the guests. Now, We're just waiting for the clan elders to appear and question you in public. How dare he slander me? Guest Lu clenched her fists. She had nothing to say about the dagger. She had snatched it from the young master of the second peerless family when they were fighting for the heaven-breaking, crippled mountain. She had not handed it over. Chapter 2181. Be careful, Gessler reminded. Even if the other party does not have real evidence, he would not dare to say such things without thinking. Guest Lu clenched his teeth. Is he already in front of the clan elders? Not yet. He is still in the station, waiting to be summoned by the clan elders. Ungrateful thing. I want to ask him what exactly is going on. Gessler nodded. Yes, before the official confrontation, you can have a private discussion. But remember, do not do anything extreme. I understand. After Gessler left sneakily, Guest Lu immediately went to the station. Unbeknownst to him, Gessler had suddenly returned. Looking at Guest Lu's back, he let out a faint smile. A faint ripple appeared on the surface of his body. When the ripple dissipated, his face turned into Su Yu's. At the same time, inside the station, a few guests gathered in the hall, exchanging opinions. What do you think of Tian Yunzhong's accusation? Half true, half false. One of the guests had a shrewd look. How long has Guest Lu been in the number 1 peerless family? If he was a spy from the number 2 peerless family, he would have been exposed long ago. Indeed, in the battle a few years ago, he killed many people from the number 2 peerless family. It is too unrealistic to say that he is a spy. I think Tian Yunzhong is most likely making a false accusation. Later, the clan elders will definitely search his soul. This matter concerns the guests. They cannot easily believe one side of the story. Everyone thought so. At that moment, Guest Lu arrived at the station, but he did not see the other guests. Instead, he swept his gaze over them and came to a side hall in the station. Inside the hall, Tian Yunzhong paced nervously with his hands clasped behind his back, showing his anxiety. He was about to confront Guest Lu in court. How could he not be nervous? With a clang, the door of the hall was kicked open. He turned to look, and a figure that made his heart tremble appeared in front of him. Lu. Guest Lu? The person he was most unwilling to see at that moment was Guest Lu. Furthermore, it was before the confrontation. Out of guilt, he shrank back. Guest Lu, what? What are you doing here? Guest Lu closed the door, his gaze deep. What do you think? Her trembling voice indicated the extreme anger in her heart. Tian Yunzhong was afraid, but he remembered Su Yu's instructions. He clenched his teeth and said righteously, Guest Lu, you'd better repent and confess your actions to the clan elders. Don't make any more mistakes. Hearing this, Foreign Minister Lu's eyes became even deeper. What did I do wrong? Why don't you teach me? Tian Yunzhong said sternly. Naturally, it's about you colluding with the number 2 peerless family. In this matter, I have already obtained evidence. Later, I will report it to the clan elder. If you take the initiative to confess, perhaps the clan elder will spare your life. If you are stubborn, no one can save you. He had a confident look on his face. Foreign Minister Lu laughed angrily. I colluded with the second peerless clan? Ridiculous. Tian Yunzhong shook his head and said coolly, it's not funny. Honored Guest Lu, don't make any more mistakes. You have nowhere else to go. His words really made Foreign Minister Lu tremble with anger. He kept telling her not to make any more mistakes. But there was no evidence at all. Tell me clearly, what exactly happened to you? Foreign Minister Lu sucked in the air and sucked Tian Yunzhong close to him. His body had already transformed, and Tian Yunzhong couldn't resist him at all. Speak. Was it that Wu Qin who ordered you to do this? Guest Elder Lu grabbed his throat and interrogated. Tian Yunzhong said with difficulty, Oh, it's not like that. You still say it's not. Foreign Minister Lu rebuked him angrily. Unexpectedly, Tian Yunzhong's eyes suddenly darkened. His soul actually collapsed, and even his body suddenly exploded. The huge shock wave blew the entire side hall into pieces. Foreign Minister Lu had a Taoist body, so he didn't suffer any injuries. However, he was very shocked. How could Tian Yunzhong's body and soul suddenly die? Swish, swish, swish. How could the strange movement here be hidden from the foreign ministers nearby? They all rushed over and felt the flattened side hall, as well as Tian Yunzhong's shattered body and bones. Foreign Minister Lu still maintained the posture of grabbing Tian Yunzhong's throat. Foreign Minister Lu, you killed him? The foreign minister, who rushed over, stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. When did she come? Why did she want to kill Tian Yunzhong? Could it be Tian Yunzhong's accusation was true, and she wanted to silence him? The way many foreign ministers looked at Foreign Minister Lu changed. Originally, they didn't believe Tian Yunzhong's accusation. But now that Foreign Minister Lu had publicly silenced him, what Tian Yunzhong said might be true. Finally, Foreign Minister Lu felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly explained, I didn't do it. However, none of the foreign ministers spoke. They all stared at her with a suspicious look. If she didn't do it, then who did it? Did he commit suicide because he couldn't get over it? No matter how she explained, why did she secretly appear in the side hall, and why did she maintain the posture of killing Tian Yunzhong? She couldn't clear her name. Listen to my explanation. Foreign Minister Lu finally realized that he had fallen into a trap. Su Yu's real intention wasn't to frame Tian Yunzhong. Instead, he was using his death to make Foreign Minister Lu unable to clear his name. From the beginning, it had been a series of traps. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort exploded. Foreign Minister Lu grunted. Blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with pain and fear. The Path Master had arrived. Even though he hadn't arrived, his thoughts had. Path Master Feng Hua, I'm innocent. Please believe me. Foreign Minister Lu said hurriedly, If you don't believe me, you can search my soul. I really didn't collude with the second peerless family. The formless Path Master said indifferently, You are already a person in the process of soul transformation. You have the ability to change the memories of your soul. What's the use of searching your soul? Foreign Minister Lu was at a loss for words. The only witness has already been silenced by you. Now, there is no evidence to prove that you colluded with the second peerless family. However, in view of your suspicions, you are now officially stripped of all your positions. You will be locked up in the dungeon and wait for our investigation until we get the results. At that moment, Foreign Minister Lu's face turned pale. Stripped of her position as a foreign minister, she would have nothing. Moreover, even if the investigation was done in the future, would she still be valued? She was already a suspect. The first peerless family might not be willing to reappoint her as a foreign minister. Her career as a foreign minister had come to an end. Go to the dungeon yourself. Don't make me do it. After the Path Master finished speaking, her voice faded away completely. Foreign Minister Lu clenched her fists and went to the dungeon alone in grief and indignation, under the suspicious gazes of her former colleagues. She was the only one who knew that it was all Mr. Wuchen's scheme. At that moment, she hated Su Yu to the core. Wait for me to come out. I will take your life, she said bitterly in her heart. On the other side, in a certain room, Su Yu used resurrection to resurrect Tian Yunzhong, who had just died not long ago. He was a man of his word. Since he had promised to spare Tian Yunzhong's life, he would not go back on his word. Of course, it was not appropriate for Tian Yunzhong to show his face now. Hence, he kept him in the space of the Buddha pearl. Just locking him up? The result is just as I expected, Su Yu muttered to himself. It was impossible for the clan elders to put foreign elder Lu to death without any evidence. It seems like I have to work harder.